Dobré ráno, Brno. I těm, kteří nejste v Brně, ale na streamu, dovolte mi, abych vás přivítal na dalším ročníku konference Brno Industry 4.0. Už dokonce 7. ročníku konference, která sdružuje témata, která mi jsou blízká a věřím, že jsou blízká i vám, a to ty, které přináší modernizaci průmyslu. Tuto konferenci Brno Industry 4.0 tradičně organizuje Industry Cluster 4.0 společně s regionální hospodářskou komorou Brno, a to v rámci aktivit Enterprise Europe Network. Já jsem rád, že se znovu můžeme setkat na půdě této konference a je mi velkou ctí, že jsem byl nominován, abych vás provedl dnešním programem. Pro formality mé jméno je Lukáš Smelík a jak jsem řekl, mou milou povinností je pouze předávat slovo těm, kteří mají ty zajímavé myšlenky pro vás připraveny. Na samotný úvod mi dovolte několik organizačních pokynů, jak směrem k vám do sálu, tak všem, kdo nás sledují na streamu. Pokud byste měli jakoukoliv potřebu nám něco říct, tak využijte, ať už to na streamu nějak chatu, nebo tady poprosím u registrace, kterou jste všichni prošli, cokoliv bude možné, tak organizační tým určitě zvládne vyřešit. Z veškerého tohoto setkání je dostupný také záznam, takže využívejte všech platform, které tady na konferenci jsou připraveny, a to hlavně té networkingové, protože o čem by to dneska mělo být, to je o výměně zkušeností, ať už si je předáte jakoukoliv formou tady na pódiu, v předsálí, během výstav. Tato konference by samozřejmě nebyla možná ani za podpory partnerů, tak mi dovolte, abych jménem organizátorů těmto partnerům poděkoval, jmenovitě hlavním partnerům společnostem BNR, Siemens a Beckhoff.
Siemens and Beckhoff, these are the main partners and also other partners who enabled us to meet here. I think that the greatest thing goes to the Industry Cluster 4.0, which is located here in Brno. That's why the name Brno. But not all of us are from Brno, but what Brno has managed was to concentrate a lot of interesting topics for modern industry. And I'd like to thank the organizers for this, because these topics are very familiar and close to me, and what we have been succeeding in during this conference has been very, very beneficial for everybody. I would also ask the chief of Industry Cluster 4.0, Tomáš Kubala, to say a few words about this conference and our meeting. So I'd like to pass the floor to Tomáš Kubala. Thank you. Everything has been said here, but I'd like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, once again, because 2 unfortunate COVID years passed, and I'm very glad that despite this interruption of our conferences, we met again, and there are so many of you who came. The last 2 years, the conference was in the virtual form. It was different, but I'm very happy that we can meet physically and share experience, because this is all about sharing experience, about the visions and small kind of comments, and this is the most important that you can take away with you. As Mr. Smelík has already said, so we'd like to thank the members of our cluster who released some more money to organize this conference, which every year is free of charge. We'd like to thank NNQ and Digital Innovation Hub in terms of cybersecurity. In terms of the future Industry Cluster 4.0, the same as the Regional Economic Chamber, who is the core organizer, of this meeting are the founder of the International Competence Center for Cybersecurity, which connected the universities in the Czech Republic, Masaryk University, Brno University of Technology, and Czech University of Technology in Prague. We have managed to develop this project into the Digital and Innovation Hub, and under this umbrella we are going to meet in the future. What I'm quite sorry about, though, although there are many of you here, they are out of 17 countries, so unfortunately our Ukrainian friends couldn't come, who were and because they were unable to come at the very last moment. Hopefully next year we will meet again, and so many will come again, and during the year there will be some smaller seminars or events for some smaller ideas that you would be able to use in your business. Thank you for your attention, and now I would like to pass the floor to either the presenter or Mr. Zámečník, who is the deputy mayor. Thank you for these nice words, mainly because there is still the vision where we should go on. I believe that this conference is for you to think about where you would like to go in your business, in your production, and how I hope industry cluster will still be your inspiration and cooperation. We have some room for another introductory word, and I'm very happy that we can welcome here Jan Zámečník, who is the deputy governor of the South Moravian region. So please say a few words to us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy that I can welcome you here in Brno, in the South Moravian region, also on behalf of the president of the region or governor of the region who couldn't come, unfortunately. I'm happy that this conference is taking place and that Brno Industry 4.0 hub exists. 7 years ago, when it was established, many people didn't know what 4.0 is. Everybody spoke about it, but not many knew what it was about. They wanted to sell something, so they sold 4.0, and I'm glad that this hub was established at that time because it concentrates the experts who understand what the shift in the technology is. And this remote administration of the things which are related to how things can be repaired remotely. So these things are not visible, and it gives space to people who don't do always the right things. But the hub is the opposite. This is the path we should take, and I'm glad that here in Brno we are able to organize this conference, and that Brno and the South Moravian region are leaders not only in the Czech Republic but also in Central Europe, that we have smart people and smart companies here, because for the South Moravian region this is very important. Because small and medium-sized companies have always been a backbone of business, and I am always very happy if the company are evenly scattered all over the regions. And also the new technology advances enable the companies to be established in smaller seats, and it's not that every day we would all go to Brno on the highway. It would be there would be traffic jams on the way there, and out in the afternoon we can work near our seats, near the places where we live, near our families, and this is I'm very glad for this. Thank you once again, and I wish you every success and every success to your business. Thank you for these opening words. And what is it about? Let's see the inspiration, where we should shift Industry 4.0, where we should shift our production, and the production is not having the best time at this moment. We overcame COVID period and new challenges came, and there are many and many more of them. And what is necessary for the production is to get the resilience and sustainability also at this time. I think the next presentation should be the one which is the inspiration, how we should take advantage of the Industry 4.0 towards resilience and sustainability of industry. I'm very glad that the organizers managed to invite an interesting guest who has drawn his inspiration not only from the Czech environment but also from foreign countries. And I would like to welcome our honorable keynote guest who came from B&R company, which is currently the part of the ABB group. And now I will switch over to English because he is going to speak English. You will have an opportunity to take the headsets and listen to the translation into Czech. And now I would like to welcome the guest.
Right now, and I would like to introduce you the next speaker, which is Joerg Theis from B&R company, which is the part of ABB, and he is responsible for ABB's machine automation division, and he will be speaking about sustainability and all industry trends right now, which is dealing our segments. So I would like to have you on the stage right now.
Dobrý den. It's unfortunately the only word I know in Czech, but I'm very much delighted to be here and also to share some of our experience, what we have made the last 2 years as a B&R during the crisis. Very short introduction. B&R is part of the ABB family, and that's quite important because during the crisis we have realized it's very important that you are part of a much bigger organization, especially when it really comes to organize material, to negotiate with key suppliers. When I speak about Microsoft and challenges with them, it's definitely much easier if you're part of such a huge company in order to negotiate and also to get the support. But it's also important that you really have this network of 20 global divisions in ABB where you really can collaborate and work together even with new technologies like digital, because it means a lot of investment, it needs a lot of brain power in order to make it happen. B&R today is 1 out of 20 divisions, and the very nice part is every division in ABB is self-sustainable. Every division is running its own business on its own behalf, but you are still part of a larger group. So you have the benefit of both. On the one side, being flexible. On the other side, you always have the big mother and the colleagues in place. As a company, and I hope B&R is very well known, we are covering a very large range of products as well as industries. And the key topic during the crisis was that we also realized it's super important that you have a very perfect risk analysis in place when really dealing with chip shortage, when you're dealing with various things. And I will later on give you some examples how we believe that digitalization, Industry 4.0 can really help to overcome. And there's a famous saying in US, I think, never let a good crisis go to waste. So the most important part is not that you're really having the crisis, it's what you are learning during the crisis and what you are changing during the crisis, which makes you a much more better company, but also which makes you much more resilient. Because one thing is very clear today, the last crisis is not the last one, and crises are coming much faster and much harder as we could imagine. As such here, B&R is really one stone within the ABB family as such, and we are still, you see the orange color, you see the logo, we are still somehow an independent company, and that's also the way how we run it, and that's also the way how we will continue as such. Now, from a perfect mix, what we believe is it's not only about products, about hardware, it's also about the connection between hardware and software. And we see all over the trend that software is becoming much more important in the future. Hardware, you will see more and more a commoditization approach, but software is really where you differentiate somehow in your machine, in your applications. This is where the brain knowledge is, and this is also quite important. And one lessons learned about this one is, despite having a large portfolio, you have to think more and more about how you can make your software more hardware agnostic. How can you embrace more open standards? Because all of this is helping you to make yourself more resilient and also to make yourself more stable in case some of the supply elements will hit you. Now, what is the focus for us? And a key topic for us was really, let's make sure that the next crisis will not harm us as badly as it was happening during the last years. And later on, I will give you some ideas, indications about what it means, about what really the focus areas will be. But then, of course, what we see is there's a major trend on reindustrialization. We see a lot of business, a lot of industries coming back to Europe, going back to US, and all of this is requiring major, major investments. I think all of you are for sure aware about the Inflation Reduction Act of US. Think about it. We speak about an investment of $2 trillion over the next years. It's unbelievable. And all of this will definitely mean that you need a lot of automation, but you also need, I would say, even more automation because there are not so many human people working there. So that is all of this is fueling up that we have to become more efficient, we have to produce faster, and for us the aim is definitely to really become a 2 billion company, which means we are doubling the company within 2 years, which is quite a challenge, but it's definitely the results of what we are seeing now happening, China, US, Europe, reindustrialization. Innovation is always an important topic, and increasing the speed of innovation. You see now artificial intelligence. Have you ever tried this ChatGPT? I think put in, you need a software code for a robot application, and you will find it comes out immediately. So it's very increasing when you see what is really possible now with this new technology. And we have to embrace it. We have to embrace it, and we have to think about how can we, as companies, much easier use it. And there's a clear reason why. In Europe, there's an aging problem. I think we are facing that more and more people going into retirement. Knowledge will disappear, and the young generation is not much used, I would say, about the same way of working. They know very well to go to the internet, to purchase over the internet, but also now to find solutions over the internet. And that is also something what we have to keep in mind when we are continuing to develop our next software versions. I think as B&R, we were quite a nice company located in Austria with global offices, but we were never really truly international. And that's also something what we see, that we have to start embracing the international setup. Why? The tension between US and China. There will definitely limitations in the future that you need to have a Chinese content. When you speak about US, there's already now visible that you have to have a certain content in US if you really would harvest some of the business there. And on the other side, you also see it's very hard to get people. I think Upper Austria, the area we are in, there's zero unemployment, zero. So I think people can choose every job they want. because the business is running so well. And that is definitely becoming an issue for companies, because they have to decide, either I do much more in automation, or I have to look somewhere else to get the persons on this one. I think we are still believing in partnerships, because especially during a crisis, it's clear about how you really do the business. And doing a transactional business is nice, but having a real relationship-based business, especially during a crisis, is definitely making a difference, because this is really how you stick together. And especially during the crisis, we have taken a lot of efforts to really commit to the partnership as well. Last one, and I'm sure you all heard the term ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And for many companies, especially when they are shareholder treated, those topics are becoming more and more important. I think we see it in machine building, where end customers are much more focusing on what can you do to reduce the energy usage? What can you do to reduce the usage of air, hydraulics? And this is something, a trend, which will definitely come up. It will not go away. And you have to start yourself as a company, and I will later on show also some of the ideas, what we are having. And our aim clearly is to become carbon neutral by 2030. But also to make sure that our sub-suppliers are also following the same trend. So we are also measuring the carbon footprint of our sub-suppliers, so that we at the end of the day can really document that we are really taking this topic quite serious. Let's come to resilience, because that's probably one of the hot topics during the crisis. For us, at the peak of the crisis, we were having 180 components used in more than 10,000 products, which were just not coming, which were just not delivered due to a lot of instances. And the key lessons learned is, it's good to know your first tier supplier. It's even better to know your second tier supplier. But if you really would like to have control, you need to understand the third tier supplier as well. And then you can find out what is the risk you are having in your supply chain. And it's a huge amount of efforts to find out who is the supplier of your supplier of your supplier. But when you do this job once, you will find out all of a sudden the very critical elements. There are today databases which are helping you, but I can only assure you that it's worthwhile for the most critical components you have to really understand the root cause on this one, and to use software helping you to understand, okay, what is this and what is probably the right mitigation action. Mitigation action, either the best one is stocking the material if you get it, but also to have a plan B, a plan C in place. I think during the crisis, we were coming sometimes that we have to do 4 redesigns, because the first one has not worked out with the supplier, the second one not, the third one not. So it's also important that you're becoming very flexible to adjust to different suppliers, and also to have a multi-sourcing strategy. On the other side, we also learned that the chip crisis was mainly caused by Chinese broker. It's not that the material was all of a sudden not really so much there. It is that really a lot of brokers in China has completely taken in, and they have created this severity of the crisis. And now I'm sure every one of you gets the same emails every single day that a broker wants to sell material to you, which was unbelievably expensive in the past. So it's also important that you have a more and more strategic supply chain. In the past, every one of us mostly were purchasing transactional. You have a supplier, you make your contracts, all is fine. But now I think we have put a dedicated team in place. They are only reading newspapers, they're only scanning the internet, and as soon as you read any type of bad news, you start immediately to react. Immediately, there's a fire of a plant in China. Within 3 hours, we have purchased from broker the material which was affected. Why? Because you need to be fast. As faster you are, as more likely you get material which gives you time and survive those type of situations. And it's super crucial that you also use as much as possible software in order to make sure that you have the right balance between the stock, between the risk analysis, and to make sure that you fully understand the critical path in your supply chain. On the production side, doubling a company in 2 years, and I'm sure we are not the only one doing this, is having his own challenges, as you can imagine. You will find bottlenecks which were never there before. You will find a lot of challenges, and you have definitely to use elements like lean production, a lot of software you need to use, consultants you need to use, in order to make sure that you're really boosting your production, that you're really able to cope with the additional order entry. I think we have ordered most of our machines in the midst of the crisis. January last year, we spent quite a large double-digit million invest in new machines just to make sure that now we are getting those machines and we are able now to ramp up the production. But as well as processes and tools is key. I think in the crisis, you mostly see that you have flaws in your processes. You have not used the best tools. You have not the best setup. I think for us, production planning was definitely becoming a major issue, to plan with the scarcity on material on the one side, on the other side to make sure that every customer is getting the complete set of components. And it's not just one component, it always needs the right mix of components. And you definitely need special software for this. And you also realize that the software usage, the way how you design the software is becoming more and more crucial. I think this is definitely one of the game changers you have to do if you definitely also want to become resilient. Is something missing? How you change your whole production scope, how you change the setup, what you produce, how you prioritize the production. We spent here quite a lot of efforts now with consultants and also now using a lot of external software. What is clear, and that's the automation software, my firm belief, the future will be more hardware agnostic. The future will be that you can run your software on different way of hardwares, that you can use your software with different type of protocols, because this is one of the easiest way to make yourself independent from challenges. I mean, we were able during the crisis within 3 months to use a third-party PC and to run our software on a third-party PC and to help a customer to have at least 3,000 additional machines going out. A setup which was unthinkable before. But based on the crisis, based on people sitting together, you become all of a sudden super innovative. You will really find a lot of solution, and all of a sudden you have now a solution which is working with some limitations, I admit. But again, this is really also how the crisis have fueled innovation as such. R&D, I think redesign is something every one of us is doing. We are designing different suppliers, different components. We have done more than 100 redesigns over the last 2 years. And we also learned in the redesigns quite a lot of things, how to make them faster, more efficient, and how to really understand the scarcity of certain material. And with the knowledge we have now on redesign, we could have even reduced some of the impact from the crisis, because having a dual sourcing strategy is a given. Having always the latest chip setup used was something we also have to learn, because the old chips are the first one you don't get as such in the market. So those are quite some elements, what we have seen, what really was something we have approached now. And I can admit that now after the crisis, we have completely renewed our portfolio without anyone seeing it, but all the ingredients of the products have been now really state of the art. Last but not least, and it's also very clear, as more products you have, as more complicated it is for you to really undergo those type of challenges, because it's limiting your factory, it's limiting the way you have to do design, and you spend a lot of things. So keep always a pruning approach, a standardization approach in place is definitely helping. Now, the second topic for us, and I'm very proud about this one, is that we really spent a lot of efforts and a lot of money on CO2 reduction. I think first it was the pure electricity. We are now really only using green electricity. It costs a fortune, but if someone asks me, it's really worth it, because you really have to document it to your families, to your customers, that you're really the one driving it. And I'm sure being green will have more and more benefits for every one of us into the future. Because being green is not just buying green energy. It's also about how you start tracking your energy consumption. We built a new campus, and in this campus we have 40,000 users of electricity. And all of them we have connected via one system, and all of it we can track. And by doing so, we were able to reduce our energy consumption by more than 15%. In the evening, we are turning down the temperature, fully automated. So this type of building control, this type of using software to reduce energy is making a major impact. Now, during the shortage of gas, we were even able to reduce our overall amount of gas by 30%, 30, without the people freezing. So that was quite an important one. And as you see, we are now really putting every financial money what we are having in really becoming green. One is to become resilient in case there's no gas, but on the other side really is also to reduce your footprint of CO2. And some of the activities are mentioned here. The big one now, and that's definitely is a bit an issue for our own people, is we have seen that all of a sudden cars are becoming a major, major impact in the footprint. So now we are really working that at least 200 cars will be changed during this year to pure electrical cars. With all the investment we are doing in mounting wall boxes at the homes, mounting electricity loaders at our premises, but just to make sure that we are really starting this. And the feedback from people at the beginning was not so positive, but now everyone is seeing the benefit. And when you self-drive an electrical car, you will also see yourself that there is a lot of fun in the acceleration of an electrical car as such. As I said, 2030 is the target, and we are very much looking forward to achieve this target. Coming to the end of my presentation, key point for me was really for you, never let a good crisis go to waste. Take everything which has hurt you during the crisis and think about how to improve it. Think about 360 degrees. It's processes, it's tools, it's a lot of collaboration. We got a lot of input from our customers. Some of the customers gave us enormously guidance on where to buy, what to check, where to take care. I think that has really helped us to improve the situation, to escalate, to get more chips, to get more material, and really make sure that you're very much following up structurally on those type of elements, because I am sure it is not the only crisis we will see in the future. And the second one, take really ESG very important. It will be a key differentiation for companies if you take it seriously and if you really drive it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will switch to the Czech right now. If there will be any question, I ask the audience to catch you in the lobby. The time is precious.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. My přepneme zpátky do českého jazyka. Já moc děkuji za
So we will switch over to Czech. Thank you for this interesting presentation. If you have any questions, unfortunately we are very busy today, so there will be not much space for the questions, but you will be able to ask these questions in person. So you take advantage of this networking here. I think this presentation has outlined the agenda of this program, and we have the chairs ready here, and we will continue by opening a discussion panel, where we will discuss the usage or exploitation of the crisis for our benefit. As to the crisis, I've heard an idea that the advantage of recent years is that there was only a limited number of global threats, and we have experienced them almost all. So there is not much that could surprise us. So let us go back to the positive spirit of this conference. And now I would like to introduce the panelists. We will have to wait for it. You have to unfortunately wait for a bit before we reorganize it, and let us now continue. So welcome back. We are still at the conference Brno Industry 4.0. We have got to the program of the first panel, which is, and the topic is Industry 4.0 at the time of unexpected challenges. And I'm very happy that I have our guests here, Karel Bílek from B&R Company. I'd like to welcome Tomáš Halva from Beckhoff Automation. And we also have the representative of Siemens, František Podzimek, and also the representative of Industry Cluster 4.0, Tomáš Kubala. Good morning. Gentlemen, we've heard beautiful words of the keynote presentation. But before we get there, when I looked at the discussion panel, I was quite kind of threatened that I have not moderated a discussion with three people whose companies are direct competitors. So this will be interesting. So I'm quite interested how you got here. Thank you for...
I was quite afraid, but when I approached all of them, they told me, yes, we know each other. We have known each other for years. We get on well, so why not? This is quite an interesting challenge. So I think that this is what clusters or any meetings are about, because it wasn't a question of months, but it was a question of years. When we got to know each other in the cluster, we blunted the edges, and we found out that if we start cooperating in some areas, we can really move forward rather than if we do on our own. If you want to run fast, run alone. If you want to run to a great distance, run in a group. That's how it works. So let's look at Industry 4.0. So Industry 4.0, that's what we are going to discuss. So gentlemen, very often I hear from the market that Industry 4.0 it has been overcome, that it's not a topic, that there are no innovations to be found. And many times we hear that Industry 4.0 is just a marketing label and no one is really interested. So is Industry 4.0 a topic that has been overcome in your company? František can be the first to speak. So I will start. Well, what we understand, we are referring to the fourth industrial revolution. So these are some changes that are taking place. And I believe that we are just at the very start of the fourth industrial revolution. A few years ago when we started, and we were thinking about what changes it's going to bring, what technologies are behind that, areas that we were considering, we were thinking about mathematical systems, cyber systems, where all the production technologies have their digital twins. are interconnected. So these are systems that can optimize themselves. They send alerts saying that some changes must be made, so they are like self-optimizing systems. We're talking about a massive onset of a number of technologies, 3D printing, AI, all these things are gradually appearing in the production. These technologies are becoming more and more interconnected, but we have not really exhausted their full potential. So I think that we are at the start. What I see is that the onset of these technologies is accelerating, and what is also being accelerated is the interconnection. So I believe that we have a lot to go through in the future. Karel, you have the mic in your hand, so BNR, what do you understand as Industry 4.0 now? Well, maybe I will come back to the question you started with, whether it's a marketing label or how we see that. Many of you may remember the joke, you come home, you open the fridge, and you are afraid that there will be Industry 4.0 jumping out. So this is a paraphrase of an old joke. So maybe the term is becoming obsolete, but what Mr. Podzimek said, he spoke about the fourth industrial revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution was enabled by the dramatic development of these technologies. And I believe that this is here with us, and I fully agree that we are still at the very start. A number of these technologies, as they are appearing in the practical life, they are accelerating the follow-up steps. They inspire in what we should do next, how to develop it, and a number of things. We are not even able to see the horizon. So I believe that this is a process, and I don't think at all we are not at the end, we are just at the start. Tomáš Halva, are you going to share this opinion of Industry 4.0, or do you have a different view? It should be Industry 5.0, 6.0. Well, in fact, from my point of view, it's not important whether it's 4.0, 4.8, or 8.0. It's all about the topic. And from my point of view, if I look at the production plant, I would say that this is about higher flexibility. It is about making the production faster, more convenient, making the production a better process. So I tend to agree that we are at the start, or maybe we have started up a number of things. A number of things have been done, but I definitely do not think that this is a revolution, like saying we made a big boom and it's done in a year's time. So I would say that this is something that is going to take a number of years, because this generates more and more opportunities that we need to implement. And it's all about the long-term cooperation. This is how I see it. Gentlemen, thank you. So when we talk about Industry 4.0, we have a number of subtopics. So in the ideal case, it should be taken as a complex topic, but it's not how the market works. So Industry 4.0 is very often equaled with digitalization. So if we stick to digitalization, which is the main driver of industrial changes, recently I heard an interesting idea that as regards digitalization, we cannot really speak about competitive advantage. It's not a competitive advantage anymore, because it's a must. Do you agree with the statement saying that digitalization is a must? It's too late to start with digitalization now, because all the companies should have been dealing with that for some time. So how do you view this? Well, I'm holding the mic, so maybe a short comment. Digitalization, what is digitalization? At what level? So this is a question that I ask myself, because everyone thinks about digitalization because now the whole world is digital, so we should look at the condition of the production of the plant, of the technologies, and where we can shift it forward. I don't really see the topic of whether it should be digitalized or not. It goes without saying there is no other way to go. Tomáš, so you also go for digitalization. Well, I'm not going to send an email. The question is whether it's too late or too early for digitalization. Yes, to a certain extent it's late, because when I left the production plant and started working in the cluster, everyone kept asking what 4.0 is. Now the word has been well established, but as regards industrial plants, they did not really have such well-functioning processes that could be digitalizable, and the companies end up in a situation that in the past they wanted to digitalize and robotize. They often combine it in order to increase the efficiency, but now they're exposed to the need to go digital because the experienced manpower is leaving and they need to ensure the continuity of business. So the simple answer is yes, it's 1 minute to 12, or maybe it's too late to start digitalization. Well, maybe I will expand the question a bit and I will react by saying that it might be a way to keep the know-how and find a replacement for the departing experience. So do you understand how it changes with the changing form? Because we are simplifying the processes. We want to keep the historic experience thanks to these tools. Karel Bílek. So you expected to get this question? Well, I keep thinking about the original question, whether it's a competitive advantage. So I would like to comment on this because it's a pity when you mix up digitalization with data collection. By collecting data, this doesn't give you any competitive edge. You get an advantage if you are able to extract some knowledge from the data, and based on the knowledge, you can change your behavior. In a better case, you can come up with some new business model, or let's say you can take a step ahead. And this is what can give you the competitive advantage. And of course, if the processes are well described, if the processes have some footprint, and it brings me to the second part of your question, then I'm convinced that, of course, such documented things, well-described things, can contribute to retaining the know-how and keeping the know-how accessible for the years to come. And of course, then we can think about other things that can appear later, but I think we'll talk about it later. So these are questions of AI and things like that. I would like to ask František Podzimek to comment on these topics. We've heard that digitalization and data collection is not enough. So do the businesses manage to upscale the digitalization to extract information, and once they have the information, do they really use it the way they should be used? Well, if we look at the first question, digitalization would stop being a competitive advantage if all the companies were fully digitalized. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Digitalization can be done well in a systematic way with a long-term vision. You can head somewhere, you can build on foundations, have some uniform standards. You can also do it without any vision, ad hoc, using some island solutions that are not connected, interconnected, and then the results are different. But definitely, digitalization, if it's taken the right way, it's a great competitive advantage for the company. As regards the knowledge and work with data. The companies have to build some digital backbone. They need to collect and analyze data, not only as machine data, but also all kinds of design data, requirements from the customers, information about how the products behave in the real world, and all the data must be accessible in a single point, and the software must make it possible to enable simple processing and retrieval of data, so that all the operations are related to someone looking for information, getting the right information, exchanges information. This should be really as automatic and simple as possible using these systems. So from what we've heard, it seems that digitalization is really a must, and this is a way to go for the companies. And still, now we are facing some other issues. We have a high inflation rate, expensive loans. Is there a risk that the businesses will abandon the journey because they have to face OPEX, high OPEX, and they will stop investing in this infrastructure? Do you think that there is a risk of this in the Czech Republic? Maybe we could take a vote. Who is afraid? Well, it may happen in some of the businesses. I hope it's just a short-term problem, because if it's going to be a long-term problem, then the companies will miss the train, because we are talking about the global market. And when we heard in the initial presentation about the competition of the superpowers, China, the USA, of course, I would also add, I hope the EU. I hope this is also one of the superpowers. And as regards this market, you cannot really lag behind. So the investments are really necessary. Yes, it can happen that now, at the given moment, for 1 year, for one period, this will be suspended, but you cannot really miss the train. So there is no other way to get a competitive advantage. The money you earn must be reinvested. You have to move on. So we've heard an idea of some new business models. So what springs to mind is a comparison. So if you look at automotive, if you have a car, it tells you, well, I need to be serviced, I need to be brought to the garage so that the service technician can earn some money. And thanks to this model, we have a number of companies following this model, not only in the automotive, but in other areas as well. So again, this is all about the data collection. So yes, we should collect the data, but we have to be able to use the data to help us in the business. And if they help us in the business, then they can generate money that we can reinvest. So this is like a circle I can see. Okay, thank you. You meet in the cluster, that's the main point, networking, exchange of experience. What is the general mood in the cluster in terms of these investment topics? Can you see better, brighter future, or do you think there is a risk of losing the competitive advantage for these fears and instability of the market?
If I look at the statistics, so I must say that our cluster is not a good reference sample, because it collects or it gathers companies which supply to Industry 4.0, or they are enlightened and they try to develop themselves in this area. An example is that when the first challenges came from NTO to digitalization of small and medium-sized companies, so everybody who managed to get one were applied, and they succeeded, and they considered this topic as important. So I have enlightened companies in the cluster. If we look at the mood, so when COVID came and it was the first crisis out of several in the short period of time, the companies started to divide into several groups, one which had a great decline of sales and fought for their survival, and those who were preparing for the period after the crisis. They were investing, they were buying new technology, they were exposed to the crisis and they wanted to respond to it. They just managed to do a lot of things from their homes which they had never dreamt of before. So the situation is that those companies who are not 100% relying on their customers, they just keep developing and investing. But be careful, because I can buy technology, I can read some knowledge and information, but the issue is to implement it, because I need to convince people and I need to know where to go. I'd like to take advantage of the fact that the gentlemen, although they sit on the Czech head offices of their companies, so they definitely have information from their companies abroad. So is it possible that we could lose competitiveness, because the Czech Republic is really being really striking in terms of the inflation problems and loans, and is this that we could stop being globally competitive, or is it that we are going in the right direction and we can ignore this threat? I would like to get back to the previous question. I wouldn't wish this to be heard and understood as any advice. You mentioned that the Czech Republic is kind of striking. Of course, it is also striking in the energy prices. And at the moment when there are companies which are dependent on the energies and the price of energy grew 5 times. So this is so drastic that these companies are really striving for survival from one day to another. And if you tell them, please employ or use digitalization now, or do digitalize now, so it is not a good advice at this very moment. Of course, there is a kind of influence of this, but the question is whether the supply system integrators and those who implement this solution, maybe they could open the door and be helpful. For example, if a small note could be implemented so that the company knows that it is meaningful and they could link to it and they could develop it. So maybe we should not leave the companies in that alone. And maybe if there is a loss of competitiveness from the point of view of Europe or from the global point of view, so of course we do face these risks, but it is very much about the starting line, about the starting situation of the companies, because there are companies which benefited from the relatively lower costs of the Czech Republic labor, and this advantage has come to an end. And it is quite obvious that the only way, the only possibility is to have an innovative chip approach and to find the solution, to find new operating models which are based on the fact that I come with something else and I surprise the market with something new. So we should not be relying on cheap labor cost because the crisis has shown quite clearly that this is not the path that we can build on. I'd like to ask František Podzimek for his reaction. And it's been said that the reason why investments are put elsewhere is the price of energy. And Siemens also looked at the energy prices. And you also see the digitalization as one of the ways how to reduce the energy demand of the industry. So it's been said that we should take every crisis as an opportunity. I would really support this if somebody is really struggling to face the high prices to survive because of the high prices of energy, so it is those probably don't hear about it, but maybe what benefit can digitalization bring to them? The crisis is very sharp, but will be relatively short. Digitalization is a process, a long-term process. And within digitalization, we are not only talking about the buying of the technology, hardware and software. It is not only about the technology, but about the processes as well. If the companies are in a more difficult period, so they can work on the professional aspects of digitalization, they can create their systems, they can create the new version or digitalization roadmaps, they can prepare tenders or tendering procedures. So this is what they can do without major investments, and the company can invest into a platform which it can start utilizing internally, because software is bought, then it takes some time before it is integrated, before the processes are set. But if we look at the COVID crisis, it lasted 2 years, but if you compare it to the decision to buy software, to integrate it and to start using it, so it is a much longer period. So this you can work with, and a lot of public funds can be used, investments. This is about the digitizing of energy savings after COVID. So this is also available, and this is for the companies which have the long-term vision and strategy. If we look at digitizing as a tool for reducing the digital demand of the production, so this is definitely it. So the companies should acquire transparency about how much, what media they use, how much money it costs, and start looking at whether the energy is not wasted if it is efficiently used. The next level is the change of the technology, the design of the products, so that they are produced in a more environmentally friendly way and use less energy. I'd like to add to it that often for big companies which have not reached the digitalization support, so there is an alternative for the support for energy savings. In terms of energy savings, I don't think that here there is somebody who hasn't thought about this topic. All of us think about it, and if it was easy, we would probably manage it. It is not easy, because I think that most of you have made some basic steps, but then it is about some small steps, about searching for smaller savings at different places, and maybe here we could refer this to the afternoon section. Our colleague Blažek at 2 p.m. will show you some tips. and tips and tricks how we could save money, for example, by using software or using efficient processors, or in what way we could save more of compressed air, a little bit more. And there are some tips and tricks we are going to show you in the afternoon. When I get back to the economic indicators, I think that if we invest into the technology, I will give you two figures, inflation, and we have some 17.5%, which is similar to the surrounding countries, but in Germany they have 9. So this will be a key factor about thinking about how and where the investments will go, where your product will go, and this is important. Another important thing is I would probably look at unemployment, because unemployment seems to be relatively low. I think it's some 3.7, 3.9. But where should we find new people who will then process this, who will implement these changes we are mentioning here? So this is quite problematic because the labor market is quite, it doesn't offer a top quality force. Thank you for these comments, and it is good to point out also that the afternoon panels will contain a lot of interesting information. But we are now here, and I would like to ask you, gentlemen, to be specific here as well. Please choose any technology, because we come to the conferences to get some inspiration, so that we can find something that we can install tomorrow in our factory and benefit from it. So please, can you mention a technology which, in your opinion, is so interesting that you will speak about it as about the potential investment, even though it would be accompanied by a more expensive loan or some more investments? What are the technologies, interesting technologies for tomorrow? So number one, it is the digital twin, definitely. One example regarding the energy, we have a partner who has used our simulation process any time when he's designing a new line for a customer. And within simulation, so he developed a module by which he is able to automate the paths and the speed of the movement of the robots in such a way that it minimizes the energy consumption. So this is quite a current example, and the technology helps optimizing the production line to get better parameters, but many customers also also use it for automation of their warehouses. The digital twin is able to optimize internal logistics. So in my opinion, digital twin is the technology which should penetrate entire industry. If Tomáš Halva came to the factory and said, this is the topic you should look at, so what would it be? Depends on the type of the factory, but in terms of the Beckhoff solution, we have an interesting solution for the transport and transport systems. We have the systems which are really revolutionary, whether it is extended transport system or whether it is the Explanar, which is able to move the products on a magnetic cushion using the magnetic levitation. And you can look at both these technologies in the adjacent room. We have them physically ready there.
From my point of view, these are definitely interesting technologies. The this is not only about being an innovation, but we have implemented this even in the Czech Republic. We have one application that I can mention, Optic Solutions. This is a company that has been developing test applications, camera applications with us, and the entire process can be sped up 3 times thanks to the magnetic levitation. So I would invite you to have a look at this technology. Well, I will follow up on what has been said, and maybe we should somehow move down. Instead of talking about the global business, we should speak about the production line and machines. Of course, there is lots of new things in the mechatronic elements, and I believe that their arrival is to a certain extent revolutionary. And in fact, you can very well see it if you look at e-mobility, where the powertrain is a lot easier to implement and maintain compared to the complex gearboxes and car engines. So the mechatronic elements and the design of the lines and the design of the machines, and they very much simplify this. And there are already examples of companies, of businesses around the world, like a labeling machine produced in a conventional way. And if you use these advanced transport systems and other mechatronic elements, if you make a synchronization with robots, tripods, and so on, the design is much more simple. And the machine itself is much more flexible in terms of what end products it can process and how fast it can be readjusted from one product to another. So I think that this is a trend towards customization of the product, lower production series. So I believe that this is about the mechanical automation where we perceive it very strongly. We speak about adaptive machines that are able to get adjusted to all kinds of products and address things that were not fully known when the machine was put into production. So I believe that this is a very strong trend. And then I would also like to highlight another thing, because we see the eye in the logo of the conference, and it's also related to mechanical vision. And I believe that what is on the rise are implementations and technologies where this kind of vision will enter the functional safety. And we should simplify the design of the machines and improve their flexibility and ensure higher flexibility so that the operators do not have difficult marginal conditions, meaning you cannot touch this, you cannot touch that, so that it's safe for the operators. So this may be another trend that will show up in the future. Well, I thought that thanks to the media, you will all say that it's all about artificial intelligence. So, of course, I felt the potential of artificial intelligence, but how does it work with the artificial intelligence? Because now, is it only about the artificial intelligence in the future? Because it's been something we have been talking about for years, but I don't really get real examples of practical applications. So am I looking in the wrong way? Is it that the artificial intelligence is a potential for the future? in your industries?
Z mého pohledu určitě
Well,
je
from my point
potenciál
of view,
velký v umělé
there is a
inteligenci.
huge
Ono to
potential.
dokládá třeba i to, že
This is also demonstrated by the fact that Beckhoff
jeden z komponentů
has one of the
svého
components
standardního
in its
softwaru,
standard
v podstatě
software,
je to standardní
which is a
balík,
standard
který
package
dokáže
which can
zpracovávat
process
neuronové sítě a
neuron
v podstatě
networks
dokáže umělou inteligenci začlenit do celé
and
výrobní
can
technologie.
incorporate
Ano,
artificial
ano.
intelligence
Je
in the
to
production technology.
rozhodně budoucí trend.
Well, definitely this is a
Na druhou
future trend.
stranu,
On the other hand,
když se trošku hlouběji podíváte
if you look
do
deeper
principů
into the
toho, jak ta
principles
umělá
of how the
inteligence
artificial
funguje,
intelligence
tak,
operates,
mě to maličko,
well, to me,
maličko jako mám takový otazníček nad
I
tím,
have a
že
small
ta
question
výroba
mark,
opravdu
meaning
musí
that
být
the
naprosto
production must be
přesná,
fully
precizní
precise,
a
accurate,
ta spolehlivost
and the
je tam
reliability
velmi, velmi
is
důležitá.
highly important.
z tohoto pohledu
So from this point
si
of view,
myslím,
I
že
believe
umělá inteligence
that
je
artificial
vždycky to
intelligence
druhé
is always the
nejsprávnější
second
řešení, které by
best
člověk
solution
měl zvolit.
that we should
A to
choose.
první je
The first
takový ten
solution
diskrétní,
is the
standardní
discrete
přístup,
standard
té
approach,
klasické
the
diskrétní
classic
logiky,
conventional logics and
A tam,
automation.
kde teda tento
And
přístup prostě
wherever
selhává, ať
this
už
approach fails,
komplexností toho zadání,
either due to the
prostě
complexity of
není
the
v lidských
assignment,
silách
it's
to
like it's not in
popsat,
human power
a
to
nebo,
describe it, or
třeba tím, že nemáme dostatek
if it's due
dat,
to the fact that
tak
we
tam
don't have
samozřejmě
enough
ten,
data, then of
ten
course
prostor na umělou
there is
inteligenci
space
je.
for
A tam je to
artificial
zcela relevantní.
intelligence to
A
be
myslím si, že
deployed.
už,
That's where it's
pár
quite relevant, and I can
jako
say that
hodně zajímavých příkladů,
we already have some very
existuje
interesting
a
examples
je
from
opravdu
practice, and this is really the future trend. But based on what I've said before, with the small question mark.
Oranžová umělá inteligence,
So artificial intelligence,
oranžovo-červená teda.
orange red. Well, I fully agree that the artificial intelligence in industry already exists in a number of applications. It is to a certain extent the future. And I would give you two examples. One example is related to the maintenance. There are systems in place that can use a model and they can describe behavior of an element in automation element. And this is firmly programmed. So if you look at the machines and the production lines, there is something else happening. And once you implement an algorithm in the operation, and the algorithm makes the model more accurate, more precise, it reflects the real data better, the real data in the process. And as a result, the predictive maintenance, which is related to this, can be very accurate and very safe. So I guess that these softwares and algorithms in the future are the dream of each production manager, because you will be on the safe side that there will not be some unpredictable event taking place, no breakdown taking place, and that the production plant will be up and running. So this is one of the examples. And the second example, that's what we've heard as well, we have problems with experts, we have problems with manpower and knowledge. And we came across this issue in one application. It was more about diagnostics, very much about diagnostics, and the people who understand this topic are taken like shamans, because they find things that a normal human being doesn't understand. And in cooperation with one company, we collected the data in the process, and we collected them, and gave it to these people. They had no idea what the process was about physically, but they were able to find anomalies in the data, breakdowns, intrusions, and highlight these. So this clearly shows another thing, which is very important. Well, the new technologies are not going to save you. We really have to keep our common sense, and we should not neglect what has been working. But we should really face what's coming, and we should take the good from both worlds and transform it into higher quality. So it's not that what is new is so revolutionary that you will discard the old ones. So this clearly shows that if you combine these things, you can really get further on. Well, I would say that industry somehow lags behind. You can really do amazing things, but you need to have the data. And as regards industries, we know that you have machines in the production plants from all kinds of manufacturers, all kinds of ages, and getting the data can be quite complicated. So if we want to make full potential of using machine learning or data collection, first you need to have the data, you need to have standards, and you need to have tools to collect the data from the shop floor and connect it with data from other systems, ERP and other systems available in the businesses. So this is something where we have really moved forward, and we can offer a number of solutions to the businesses, even if they have these difficulties extracting the data, and we can establish a common ground for engineers to start developing models. Well, some examples of using AI in combination with the digital twin technology. You can have some lean engineers who help you create a new layout and simulate a new layout of your shop floor. And you can also have engineers who use some additional models that help generate variants of the layout in a machine way. And we have a number of examples showing that this method, where the lean engineer uses the AI-based systems, it can be 10 up to 15% higher efficiency and savings. So we've heard about ChatGPT. We have tried ChatGPT to be established. We wanted to get a model in our tool to generate a digital twin of the production, and it can do it. So the AI, if you give it instructions, it can develop some models. Of course, at the beginning, it will be with errors. You will have to interfere, but later it will be very accurate models, and it will be cheap. It will generate programs, and these systems can generate text. They can write down your CV, they can answer simple questions, and at a certain stage they can also write functional programs that will be well functioning with just a small share of corrections. Also in the Czech Republic, we start having systems that use machine learning or machine vision concerning detection or quality control in the production line. Predictive maintenance, that's what we've heard about, and I'm going to talk about it later. So there is definitely a huge room for this. And maybe another topic, the industry has a number of not only machine data, but data in the documentation. So it can also be used to classify documentation, to search in documentation, to detect errors in the documentation. So you have a number of areas where now it's a question of hours of your time, of qualified work, engineers' work, who could do something else. So with these systems, you can get a fast response, and this is something that the industry will make major investments in and profit from in the future. Well, thank you. I've heard that the room for AI is huge. We don't have so much space for our discussion, so we are slowly coming to the end, and some interesting topics will have to be skipped. So I will not ask you whether automation as a result of inflation is too expensive and the SMEs cannot afford it. So we will skip this topic.
Quite to the contrary, you were asked to speak about the digitalization solutions, but I would like to ask you in the end to sell a little bit, because the best-selling tool is a story. And I would like to ask you, please, can you recall a story of your customer where the technology was the real game changer, when they shifted automation to a different level, and then we don't have to think about the automation and its benefit because it would generate much more. So if you can tell a short story to our audience. So our story is here from the north of Bohemia, of the part of the country of Czech Republic. One company which tests balls in the ball bearings. It is quite a common thing, but when we looked at this technology more, so we found out what could be implemented there from the new technology. And the story should be short, so I'll be brief. When we managed, after some way, to achieve the condition that we were finished and we were ready, so the machine uses eddy currents, and it also uses vibrations, and it also uses laser sensors. So there are three completely different technologies which are used for checking quality of balls in the ball bearings, whether it is the surface properties or subsurface properties. Also, neuron networks are used to evaluate the testing, and at the same time we were able to simplify the switchboard of this customer. We were able to remove one industrial PC. We put everything into one box, let's say. And the customer is happy because he has a simple technology. He can use the most modern things which exist, and also it is in terms of finances, it is quite interesting because he used a small amount of components. So this is our story. Can I ask for BNR and their changes in the company? It went throughout the discussion. Industry 4.0 is not a thing that you would buy as a box because it is quite a complex and comprehensive process, and it is a long period action, and you have to develop this solution in the long term. And I'm quite fascinated about the fact that if we take partial data and partial progress, which can generate other chances and other opportunities, which will then shift you forward. And this is what this story will be about. It is from our production. It mainly concerns the manufacturer of the lines, which supplied specialized lines into our production. Our systems are produced on a robotized line, and when the first line was being commissioned, so it took 12 months before it went to a full operation. But when the company was implementing the second line, so the commissioning process only took 6 months. So you'll say, okay, so they had already acquired experience with the first line, so they just copied this experience. But it is not true, because they are both robotic lines, but their structure is totally different, and the newer one is much more complex. There are different mechanics of the robots, etc. So it was not only about the experience. The major difference was that in the second line, at the time of the implementation of the line, there had been a system which had collected data from the line. So all the steps of tuning and fine-tuning were not based only on the feelings of the programmers, but the decisions were made based on specific data. Just for example, this error caused this length of idle time, etc. And thanks to this data collection, it was possible to shorten the commissioning of the line. And a beautiful idea which came after this, the manufacturer said, this is a great experience for us if we implement such lines, so it's really worth it for us to implement a data collection system, even if we had to pay it ourselves, because we eliminate major risks by this, and this is what every manufacturer of one-purpose or single-purpose machines has to face, that something will not be successful, that they will have to pay the penalty. And this risk can be very nicely eliminated. And if this person is smart, so he or she is going to be able to sell the system of data collection from the line to the final customer. It is a win-win situation, because the final customer can acquire this data collection system on top of the product. And this is an example how one step generates other steps and moves the whole solution forward. I'll just say that we don't expect you to sell us a box of Industry 4.0. I would perhaps prefer the cloud solution, but of course the digitalization brings about a lot of benefits, and I believe that Tomáš Halva also has, or František Podzimek will have, or I will ask the gentleman here about the experiences. So now, Mr. Podzimek, the floor is yours. We spoke a lot about the crisis and reactions to the crisis today, and I would like to get back to the COVID crisis. You know that there was a global race to develop the vaccine as soon as possible against COVID, and it was not only about the development of the vaccine, but the production of the vaccine with the required quality. We, as Siemens, we started cooperation with BioNTech, and using digitalization, advanced automation, and with the support of our experts, we help them support production and commission quickly the production of mRNA vaccines in Germany. This process would have normally lasted 1 year. Here we managed to do it in several months when the production had already been placed. And what we implemented with BioNTech was the implementation of the system it was the MES execution pharma. It was for the production execution. By this we controlled production doses. We set up the system of data collection from the paper documentation and the whole system in order for us to be able to do it very efficiently and within a very short period of time. So the digitalization is definitely a tool which enables us to react faster to the crisis, to develop the new types of the products in the pharmaceutical or different industries. We are not talking about the crisis and about the structural changes which are going to be implemented in the Czech Republic. The automotive industry will also have to go through the changes, and these are all structural changes which are not a crisis, but we need to react to them as well. And these digitalization tools enable the companies to face these challenges in a better way. Now about Tomáš Kubala's stories. He is the chief of Industry Cluster 4.0 and I am not going to bring any examples because I would speak for somebody else, but the previous conferences were built on the implementation of different technologies into the members of the clusters companies. But what I would like to take as a lesson from this, number one, is the fact that next conference will have a special section about the artificial intelligence and technology, which changes the world. And the second is that we have not presented the stories for the mass or serial production, or even not the customization of the products, but for example, the building the line, the commissioning of the line, the enabling the line to operate, and the data collection systems. And this is where we get to this area. And if we look at digitalization and standardization and the issues in the supplier chains, in order for us to be able to substitute the suppliers in order to maintain the customers and maintain the technology. So this is what we should focus on, because this is the starting point. So Tomáš Kubala said that he got to the beginning of the discussion, but we unfortunately got to the end of the discussion, and I would like to thank Tomáš Kubala as well as other panelists for their ideas. I'd like to thank Karel Bílek for B&R Automatizace and Tomáš Halva, Tomáš Kubala, František, Podzimek. Please applaud to them. I think these ideas are worth it. Thank you. I'd like to thank Tomáš Halva from Beckhoff Automation. And last not least to František Podzimek from Siemens. I'd like to thank you for your attention. We are just going to close the first section, and we will have a break now. Unfortunately, we have very little time even for the break, and at 11 we are going to go into another story where digitalization was the mover of the changes in the Continental company in Brandýs nad Labem. So please be back at 11 o'clock and you can hear the next interesting story. Thank you.
Já bych vás rád opět požádal o pozornost. Dostali jsme se k další části
So this brings us
programu
to the next
konference
part
Brno
of the
Industry
Industry
4.0.
4.0 conference.
Já myslím, že co se organizátorům této konference pravidelně daří,
What the organizers
je
are doing
hledat
well
ty
is to
skutečné
look for
příběhy
the
firem
real
a
life
skutečné
stories of the companies
implementace
and
těch
real life
technologií,
implementation
které
of the
vedou k tomu
technologies
celku, který má tvořit ten
that
průmysl 4.0.
form
A
Industry 4.0.
následující pasáž
So the
této
next
konference
session
bude zaměřena na hledání
will
těchto
focus on looking for
příkladů,
the
respektive ne
examples
hledání, ale
or
demonstrace.
demonstrating the real
Já
life
využiju toho, že
examples.
tady v sále ještě probíhá návrat z té
Some people are still
pauzy
coming
a
back from
možná
the coffee
přidám
break,
několik
so maybe
organizačních
some
pokynů
housekeeping
pro další
instructions for
průběh. My
the
jsme
upcoming
možná málo
time.
ráno
Perhaps we
zdůraznili,
did
že
not stress
další
enough
program
in the morning
bude
that the
dělený.
program
To
will
znamená,
be
až skončí tady
divided.
tahleta
So
část,
once this
tak se nám
session
podaří
is
se k
over,
ní, skutečně vrátit a
once we
dát
come
prostor
back and give
dalšímu řečníkovi,
room to the next
tak budete
speaker,
rozděleni do 3
then you will
paralelních
be
sekcí zaměřených
divided
na
into
digitalizaci,
3 parallel
flexibilitu
sections
výroby
about
a
flexibility of production,
kyberbezpečnost.
digitalization, and
Já vám potom
cybersecurity.
těsně předtím, než skončíme,
Just
ty
before
pokyny
this session is over, I will specify the instructions. So without further ado, I just wanted to attract your attention that the next speaker will certainly deserve. It doesn't really matter that you ignored me, but you should not really ignore the next presentation because you will lose interesting inspiration from Continental in Brandýs nad Labem because their digital production plant is really truly digital. So I believe that Jakub Hamerník's presentation from Continental will show you an example of digitalization, and it definitely deserves your full attention. So without further ado, we will talk about the case of Continental. So I'd like to ask Mr. Hamerník to tell us how it works. Good morning. So, good morning. Welcome at the conference, Cluster 4.0. My name is Jakub Hamerník. I come from Continental, from Brandýs. Sometimes I ask my friends, people I know, where do they think I work? In the worst case, they tell me I'm a reception at the hotel. The better case, I'm a tire designer. So the video I'm going to show you should show you the automotive sector within Continental. So please pay attention to the user experience, the division where you can see the plant in Brandýs, which is one of the mega plants within this division. So as you could see, the product by Continental can be found in every vehicle. In fact, we supply to all our customers in automotive, and I've asked you to pay attention to the user experience division, UX. And in fact, our main mission is how to reflect UX strategy into the future digital plant. UX is also taken as a new horsepower. So currently you have e-vehicles that are almost identical in terms of the powertrains. And what attracts us as the customer is the display, the cockpit, the infotainment, how in the future we are going to interact with the car. At the same time, our vision is always ahead, always exciting. And this is the global, absolutely global view. And now in the next video, I would like to show you the plant in Brandýs so that you can see what the mega plant contains in terms of the technology, production processes. So enjoy the video, it's quite nice. So I hope it's clear how the digitalization should work. So this could be the end of the presentation. Nevertheless, let's look at the smart operation in Brandýs. Well, to us, it's made of 3 foundation stones, which is production efficiency. Why to do digitalization without having any benefits? So each project that we start needs to have some rate of return of the investment. In the first part, we heard that these are quite massive investments, but the rate of return is pretty fast. The payback time is pretty fast, whether it's well suited to the process. Sustainability, well, this goes without saying. This is a major topic, but it's also about people. These are the 3 major foundation stones of the future of digitalization. It doesn't work without people. It doesn't work without new ideas. So how did it start? We have specified the key processes in administration, logistics, the industrialization of the production lines, and focused on them. We also focused by defining KPIs so that we could identify whether the digitalization has the benefits, yes, no. At the end of the day, you have proof processes, concepts. At the end of the proof concepts of the individual area, you make an evaluation of the project and then you roll it out. And we have set up 2 teams, Digital Factory, Mr. Fichtner, a Smart Automation, which is led by me, and we focus more on the production part of the digitalization and the production itself. Digitalization and Industry 4.0 in Brandýs, holistic approach. We are not looking at certain islands, but see it as a whole, how to industrialize and how to interconnect not only us with our suppliers, but the suppliers, us, and the future customers. So this is the main thing that brings new customers to us, because it's not only us asking for digitalization of the production processes, but our customers themselves ask for it. And this is what we call a unique selling point, which is something that the customer requires and something that differentiates us from the competitors. At the same time, digitalization and 4.0 industry includes all processes, administration, people, logistics, and production itself. And the last motto, which is one of the main ones, you cannot automate or digitalize without establishing a standard. If there is a standard in place, a data standard, hardware, software standard, a standard setup of your organization, without that you will never be successful in automation and digitalization. At the same time, our mega plant of Continental, we are now the biggest one in terms of the sales worldwide in the Continental brand. The sales are over 1 billion euros a year. So we were also selected as a model plant, as a brownfield in Continental, to build up a digital production plant. This gave us great investments, great assistance from the center departments like IT department, industrial engineering department, process engineers. Everyone was involved. So we needed to react, and we reacted by creating 2 teams, the Digital Factory team and Smart Automation team. They work in an agile arrangement. So I'm going to talk about later the digital team, Digital Factory team. They work on their projects and they bring immediate results. So this is what I've mentioned. We are divided into speedboats and speed shuttles. Speedboats are projects that are directly targeted at the target. And these projects are from 1 hour up to 1 week long. For example, during COVID, we were able to make an application checking all our manpower in Continental, finding out whether they were tested for COVID. If they were not tested, it was connected to the attendance sheet and the employees were not allowed to enter the plant. At the same time, we also managed to save some time with filling in some requests because of the COVID tests were carried out by an external company. And then we have space shuttles. These are long-term projects from weeks up to years. So here we are mainly talking about standardization, digital twins, data collection, standardization, and data analysis and connection to AI. So all these 3 areas, administration, production, and logistics, if you could focus only on one of them, it cannot really exist, because administration is connected with production and logistics, and production is connected to logistics. At the same time, logistics are connected with production, and you need to make sure that you get the input material to the production line to process it, and then send to the customers through the warehouse. So I will speak about user cases, about the Smart Automation team. I have 4 minutes left, so we'll only look at the user cases that I find quite interesting.
Mr. Podzimek has already mentioned that the digital twin is our future, and I totally agree with it. We are going to talk about mainly about the virtual commissioning And we witnessed within our double board, we as a Continental had to solve a bad strategic decision of one of our customer and industrialize a very challenging project within 1 year. This is about the first OLED panel for the automotive, which was produced in Brandýs. The second specific use case, and you could have seen it in the video, is AutoStore. We were the first ones within the Czech Republic who managed to install it and to use the function of AutoStore within the construction, where we established a fully automated warehouse and to save 2,000 square meters for future production. Ergonomy is also very important, and I'd like to say how our industrial in the engineering is connected with the industrial health and safety and how we are able to evaluate it. Virtual commissioning. This is what I would like to present to our future suppliers and customers, what the virtual commissioning is. This is how we worked so far. We asked for equipment, then our supplier designed it, installed it, and commissioned it. And our new standard, which has been already applied, is the digital commissioning or the use of the digital twin in the virtual environment, which already puts the equipment into operation or commissions it. So what does it mean? You prepare all the codes before that. You have to have a one-to-one setup in such a software equipment, so that then you can come with a USB stick to the computer and to transfer the codes to the actual production line. So this commissioning is shortening within the shop floor. And an interesting thing is that if we look at the project of one Audi customer, so we managed to remove nine collisions of the systems. Then we were able to change the design, and we changed it at the time of the design, and we were able to design the ergonomics of the workplace. So this is the production line producing panels for the Audi company, which has 15 workplaces, of them 13 being robotic. What you can see here is how the production line is going to work in the future and within the actual production. Thanks to our software by Siemens, the simulate process enabled us to achieve the ratio 1-to-1 within the cycle time, and it was 4 months in advance before the line was installed. We could see what actual time was achieved, and we had to react. We used digital twin also for other activities, where we were, for example, to eliminate possible losses within the cycle time some 4 months in advance, so we could react, and it was really beneficial. The second video, AutoStore, is built on mezzanine, that is the raised floor, and you can see here the installation. You can see how they are filled with the boxes. They are this is autonomous. The advantage of AutoStore. So this is about the material which you use continuously is stocked upwards. So if you need it, the picking is very fast. and at the same time you need a person who will just take or pull out the box or restock it. What I can see as a limitation is a box. It is 90 by 40, but within our electric production is not such a big issue because our input material for example, SMD lines is very small. If we talk about the integrated circuits, etc. Now we will see the cards, how the stocking. The main usage of AutoStore is in the commercial sector. I know that a lot of companies like MOL or ALSA are interested in this, and also within automotive it is useful, and in many other companies. The third topic is ergonomy. I mentioned that before the construction and modeling of the production company, we were able to analyze the ergonomy of the workplaces to avoid any difficulties with the health of our operators. This is a short video showing how quickly and efficiently we are able to simulate a human. This is what the Czech Association of Ergonomics looks. It is the L4, L5 analysis, which will be used as for the evaluation of occupational diseases. By this analysis, you can also prevent future disputes with your operators and employees, and showing them that their harm was not caused by the work at your place. At the end, you will see how we are able to evaluate the real-time ergonomy thanks to this suit, where we were able to connect gaming and automotive. So thanks to this clothing, we are able to censor the operator and to use the movement and the time collected videos in the digital world. So I mentioned efficiency of the production, carbon neutrality, Continental, Brandýs. This is the energy self-sufficiency, which we also want to achieve. We will install solar panels on all buildings, which should cover some 25–26% of our annual production. Consumption, sorry. Within the corporation, we have some social responsibility. We have some rules which show us how to deal with the customers and among ourselves. People. So this is, we can't do without people. You probably agree with this. But how can people support digitization by ideas and by efficiency? Digitalization not only brings benefit to machines but also to people, and every person in our digital plant should have the same data at their disposal. So today you are not arguing about whose data is correct, but you argue about who would adopt the corrective action to avoid any future problems. And this is also a highly efficient culture. The people will be more efficient. They'll be happier because they won't have to prepare the data. The analysis will be brought to them by email or different ways. Today they can open all reportings and they can see where the poor quality in the production process occurs. You can start with the plant through the standardization, data storage, and to the production, where the shift leader can see how what the production is doing. Then it is upskill. It is all without the automation and digitalization, and but people are not replaced. People will still be necessary in the plant. We have to improve the qualification of the people and keep training them. I just slightly delayed this conference, but I was doing my best. Thank you for your attention, and now I'll pass the floor to the colleague.
Já moc děkuji. Naštěstí, když se přetahuje, tolik nevadí. Já myslím, že tady tenhle ten příklad zajímavý byl.
Anyway, it was an interesting example of digitalization. We'll definitely hear interesting stories from Mr. Zubr, who comes from Baumüller, Brno. And to be exact, the organizers selected an example how Industry 4.0 can work in practice. So ladies and gentlemen, I have been given an opportunity today to present a digitalization project in our production plant. I'm the executive in Baumüller, Brno. We are based in Skalice nad Svitavou, and my presentation sees the digitalization from a more global point of view. So I will also show you some facts and figures related to digitalization, and I might speak broadly about what this means to us. Maybe I will give you some practical examples, and in the afternoon, those of you who come to see the digitalization session, Mr. Shamshulan and Mr. Slama will be there as well, and we will show you how the digitalization was organized in our company and things that I don't have in the presentation. So first, I would like to introduce our company. Baumüller is a German company, a German holding, which is a family-owned business. We have several production plants. The one in Skalice is the biggest plant right now. So we have about 400 employees. The turnover last year was 1.5 billion crowns. And this success we have achieved is greatly supported by the fact that about 4 years ago we started dealing with digitalization, and this topic has helped us in a number of areas. As regards our product portfolio, I don't know if you know us, but we produce power trains and electronics for powertrain control. The plant in our site is mainly about the powertrain production. Electronics are produced in Germany. What needs to be mentioned is that we produce customized products. So we don't really have serial production. We speak about small series production. And of course, it has high demands on how to control the plant so that it makes sense and brings economic results. So at the bottom line of the slide, you can see some of our powertrains. So we cover the entire portfolio, all kinds of motors you can think about. So we have the production of synchronous motors with permanent magnets. We have asynchronous motors, but this is a small part. And then we have special products such as linear motors, wheel motors, and electromagnetic brakes. So this is about the products. So if we look at where the industries, where the motors go. So here in the bottom part, you see the main industries. So I would mention what you see on the slide in the middle. So this is a plastic processing machinery. This is the greatest part of our supply Theis, extruders, injection presses, and then of course metal processing machinery, presses, all kinds of machinery. A major part which gains importance are foil processing machines, because these foils are very much used in the battery production for e-vehicles. So you see a great increase in the production, and this is where we use our synchronous motor with permanent magnets, because they have quite a high efficiency and they can be overloaded. And we don't lag behind as regards e-mobility, although Baumüller is not targeted at passenger cars. Most automotives deal with this topic themselves, but we focus on larger machinery, so trucks, agricultural machinery, and of course what you can see here, boat industry. We also have applications for boats and ships, so auxiliary drives or the boat propeller drive. So this is about the company. So now we should have a look at the main motive why we decided to go digital 4 years ago. So the main motive was to increase the production, because we started understanding that the requirements for the outputs are higher and higher. Customers ask for more, and we started hitting the limits of what our plant could produce. And I have to repeat, we are the largest production plant in our holding, and if we delayed the other production plants, then of course it would have a negative impact on the entire company. So this was a key point, and of course in order to increase the efficiency, we needed to deal with the production organization, the yield of the machinery, because we thought we were at the limit, and the digitalization showed us the opposite. Of course, automation and rapid changes, because as I've said, we have piece production, small series production, and the customers very often make changes even during the production process, or we have to make changes in the process. So this was a topic we had to handle as the first thing. I don't know if you can see the figures on the graph, but over the past 2 years we have doubled the turnover. So this means that this was a huge challenge to achieve this, given a situation when the labor market was exhausted. You know, if you buy machinery, new machinery now, you know that the lead time for the new machinery is over 1 year, and we needed to respond much faster, and digitalization helped us a lot, and I will talk about it in more detail later. The next point why we decided to go for digitalization was to increase the profitability of the plant, because as I've said, we have our mother company in Germany, and the owner who approved the investment kept asking, of course you want to digitalize, what do we get out of it? You will have some beautiful monitors, you will collect data, will analyze data, what will it bring us? So we really had to start calculating when we start digitalizing what will we get out of it, because otherwise the owner wouldn't approve it. And I can say from our point of view, we were finally selected as a pilot plant where we started with digitalization within our holding. And until now it's still the case. There is no other production plant in Baumüller that is so advanced as we are. So now we are planning an extension of the existing success and the entire system, and it will be now implemented into German plants. As regards the profitability, we wanted to eliminate waste, optimize the processes, paperless company, and of course what is all about, it's all about data collection, data availability, data analysis, data visualization, and decisions. So this was a key point for us to start optimizing. The third driver for going digital was to improve the customer services, because of course if you increase the production, you increase the profitability, something has to transfer to the customers. In our case, it was mainly about the lead times, timely deliveries. The product should be of a high quality at a reasonable price, and information flow towards the customers. Because if you have thousands of orders in production and you need to process it, you have several production layers and you need to put it all together to meet the deadline. This was quite a demanding challenge at the time when we did not really generate such a high turnover. And now I cannot really imagine how we would give information to the customers if we didn't have tools to calculate and predict the deadlines. And one of the last main motivators for going digital was to ensure the future of our plant. We've heard that before, because the competitive element we had here in the past, like low labor costs, a relatively good base of good experts from the former plants, from the socialist regime, this is all disappearing. So we are running out of experts. Everyone wants to have good salaries, which is quite a legitimate requirement. But in all the plants, we need to talk about how to make it economically feasible. This is getting more and more difficult, and digitalization helps us a lot in this respect. And the main point is that we are able to test new technologies, we are able to raise extra money for new investments. I will mention it later, how much it is in total, because that's probably what you are interested in. Of course, the topic of sustainability and ESG, which has been mentioned as well. ESG is a topic that everyone is going to deal with in the future to survive in the market. So this is where we understood that digitalization could help us out. So the main areas of implementation where we have started working on is, of course, production, maintenance, quality and logistics. So these are the processes where the product flows towards the customer, and this is where you generate the added value. So these were the key topics. And in fact, this was all based on a standard ERP. We have Infor, and then we started dealing with APS, which is an advanced planning system. We have Preactor. And then, as the next step, we went for MES, so Act-in with Mr. Slama, and the first pilot project was to deploy it in several machines in the machining shop, and now it has been almost finalized and it's going to be expanded to other production lines. And of course, we started collecting data and to analyze and visualize the data. The next topic that showed up was a tool for data collection and visualization. We didn't want to stick to Excel, so now we have a very nice production and quality. We have Power BI system. Our colleagues developed a very interesting system of reports, and they work very well, and they are perfectly automated. And the last thing that shows up as a new one, and this is something that the quality manager starts working with, is Power Automate, meaning that we should be able to automate some repeated standardized procedures so that we don't have to use a human factor. So time is running, so I will try to speed up. What has it brought? Maybe I will reveal all the cards, but this is somehow interlinked. So in fact, in all the departments where we implemented these systems, we started working on one thing, of course, improve discipline. This is quite surprising, not that much, but this is surprising because by implementing MES in the machines without doing anything else, it improved the efficiency. Of course, the efficiency has been increased once we started comparing the data and seeing the picture of what is happening in the production line.
Maybe I would compare it to the fact that you are like short-sighted and you need glasses to see better. We thought at the beginning that there were some things which were not completely in order, but they were only our assumptions. And suddenly we had the data. We could start deciding based on the data, and we could do something about the process. So there was definitely the efficiency increase. I'll tell you about the figures later. In terms of the production, so it is the elimination or better added value, paperless production, which in my opinion is also very important because today we have about 1,000 projects that we are working on with papers, and we want to change them into the paperless form. It is not possible to do it manually. In terms of productivity, it is the efficiency increase, discipline increase. We see exactly what our workers do because they have, and also the quality of the logistics is excellent. I also have mentioned here, time is money. I perceive time in two directions. Number one is that we have managed to save time. So within a shorter period of time, we are able to do more. And the second thing is that we have time. We have the real-time data, and we are able to efficiently control them. And this makes the factory to operate exactly and economically. And you may say to yourself, so what can I do about it? How much has it brought? I'll show it to you. We basically, in the last 4 years, invested 274,000 euros in 4 years. Somebody may say it is too little, somebody may say it's too much. If we take it, so it's about 70,000 euros per year. What has it brought to us? So it has brought to us about 25% efficiency increase as opposed to the previous system without having to invest into a human or invest into the machinery. So it was a real major benefit for us at the time when we wanted to increase the production and didn't know how because the people were not available and the machines were not available either. The second thing which we have succeeded in was the increased production of the impregnation machine. This is very unique in our country and within Europe as well, because this impregnation machine was a bottleneck in our plant. And our technical director, when he saw the success of Milan Šamšula at the grinding shop, or machining shop, so he knew that we could use this. When we started digitization for impregnation, suddenly we saw one thing: the people were doing really well. There was not a single place without an added value. The second thing was that we started to focus on the process directly. The process is quite demanding, and if you don't do it well, so the motor will not be as of good quality. And the foreman found out that the production of the impregnation machine was increased by 20%. So it was also paperless maintenance, paper and quality, the paperless turning shop in the plant of the second quarter of 2023. This is ahead of us. and also the harvesting analysis and visualization of the data and the changes in the processes. So if you don't have the data, it means that you don't have the glasses on if you are short-sighted and you don't see clearly what's happening. What has it brought financially? So after 4 years of hard work, of excitement, enthusiasm, we have generated an annual savings of 300,000 euro. So if you take it, the difference between the spending of 70,000 euros per year, so and the savings 300,000 per year, so the savings is really great. We want to extend the system to assembly, and we assume that we will have a much greater savings as opposed to the previous condition. So this was the approach of digitization, which I see from the point of view of a technician, production person, designer, and I'm very happy to have good people around me, because you can't do this without a good people. We have an integrator, which is the Act-in company, but if you don't have people within who are excited and who take it as their own thing, so you won't succeed. So you have to have the people. Baumüller, Brno, and the future digitalization. So number one, it is integration. We should be able to integrate all the systems which we have at our disposal today. We must be able to integrate them. We must be able to look at the support processes, because up to now we looked at the production and production support. Number three is administration. We really have to look at it. Robotization. You won't find a robot at our place as you know it, as we have seen in the previous presentations. It doesn't make sense. But as the volume of the projects is increasing, so the robotization is something that makes sense. And digitalization, so if I implement a robot workplace, so how should it be as efficient as possible? Digital twin, this is the thing which has been also mentioned. We know that we are going to expand the plant and our production. It will be changed, and I think that the digital twin project could help us. So this is another potential which we can exploit in the future. The topic of artificial intelligence, I really don't, I'm not able to see what the extent of what it can mean for us as a production company. ESG, digitalization, it is necessary for us to actively deal with ESG. And the last question mark, I don't know where the digitalization will take us, but I am not afraid. I think we all welcome it with an open arms, because we are curious about what we are going to succeed in within digitalization. If our colleagues from Germany support us, I must say that the support from the German head office is not as good as I would expect, but it is not so much to be dealt with in our company. One quote at the end: digitalization is not only about the technology, but about the ability to adapt and transform the world, transform yourselves and also the world around us. It's not my idea. It was generated by OpenAI when I got up in the morning, and I put it there as a question in Czech, that I wanted to make a new quote for digitalization. So ChatGPT generated this. I think it's not that silly. And I think we should be looking forward to new things in the future. Thank you for your attention. I was honored to be able to speak here, and I'll be looking forward to our discussions during the break. Thank you.
umělá inteligence, ale i vy jste to řekl moc hezky.
Thank you very much. Not only artificial intelligence, but you also have been who have said it very nicely. And you don't have to leave. We have the discussion panel ahead of us, and we'll talk about digitalization and how to increase the resilience of the companies. So I would like to... Thank you, gentlemen, for taking your seats. We are going to continue by the second discussion panel, and we are going to talk about the improving the resilience of the company. And I'd like to welcome the panelists of the second discussion. We could have heard Miroslav Zubr from Baumüller, Brno. We have also here Mr. Jakub Hamerník for Continental, who had already spoken to, and the newcomers is Hégr from Minerva, Milan Tesař from Info Consulting, and Jan Václavovich from JHV company. So we know who is who, but I'd be interested in knowing whether we know and have an idea about how the resilience topic penetrates the Czech companies, whether it is a term which the organizers put in by mistake because nobody does it in the Czech industry, or if not, because this is a topic which puts the companies into motion, and this is a topic where the digitalization can improve this resilience. So this is the kickoff, and I will have an opportunity, I offer the opportunity to speak. Nobody is raising their hands, but you have already spoken today. So if Mr. Zubr can start. Sure. We are talking today about digitalization industry 4.0. We have heard a lot of interesting things. And I think that this topic will definitely contribute to the improved resilience of the companies. And I'm sure it has also transpired in the last 2 or 3 years that the companies are able, if we set up proper tools, to react to a lot of changes which occur during the crisis situations, so they are able to react much better. So it is about the data. If you have the data, you can control it. If you don't have the data, you can't control it, or rather you can, but you don't know if you are going in the right direction. It's best to have the data as soon as possible, because if somebody comes and tries to solve something later on, it may not be possible. I think this is a thing which can support the sustainability of the companies in the future, and I do hope that all companies will have had digitalization, and every company will have to be efficient, because without it, it cannot do. I'd like to react. I've never seen the term resilience Maybe it is because I'm a representative of a big company, but we say the VUCA world, which is the world which you don't know what will happen in and what would occur. And in our company, we say that this is our new standard, and if the company don't manage to live with it, so they won't survive. Anything can happen, the war, pandemics, and I don't want to forecast what else can happen, but if we are not agile and if we don't take on the challenges, so the company will not survive. I would like to ask Mr. Theis and Hégr, who are the representatives of the information technology suppliers. This panel has a topic, digitalization and resilience. So how can digitalization increase the resilience of the companies?
Well, I would like to confirm what has been said, because no one has come to us saying that they want to get ERP to be more resilient. That's not how it works. But on the other hand, the ERP system, or any system, so to speak, brings order in data and brings the data in time. That's exactly what has been said. And once you have the data in your hand, you can respond. And you know what you need, what material you need, from which supplier. If not, you know who else to contact. You can think about replacements for the production process, and you can think about other things, and you cannot do it without well-organized data. Once you have all the data together and you don't fight in the company what the correct data is, and you react accordingly, this is what digitalization can bring to you. Well, maybe just an addition, we also work on the ERP system, and of course it's all about data, but it's also about people. People don't know what to do and what to fill in, what data to have. They don't have a clear description, no manual how to proceed. If this is not in place, then in terms of the resilience, if you have a large turnover in the company and it's not well documented, you lose the know-how. Quite often you introduce an ERP system, you have some fluctuation in the manpower, but the information is not carried forward and the company loses the know-how. So I would add this, we really have to focus on the people and we need to retain them. A couple of years ago, I was at an automotive conference before the pandemic, and we had run out of staff. And people and the companies should make sure that those who can really do something, that those people who are good, they should really be retained in the company because they have the know-how. Because if they leave together with their knowledge from the implementation process by working in the company. At least before the person is replaced by AI. Well, I think it will take some time, so let's hope so. I don't want to talk about you as an AI moderator. So, Jehave could of course, you pay attention to a number of projects. So my question is, can you give us an example when the technologies made the difference for the client, if it saved someone's business? Can you give us some specific examples when the technology was the main driver for changes in the company? Of course, we have some specific examples. Well, one of them, we make quite frequent supplies to Continental, and the latest projects, this is exactly what we are talking about here today. It's all about the interconnection and digitalization, because the projects or the production lines that we have supplied, I must say that there were at the top level of automation that we can deliver, and from the European point of view. And this is not about the mechanics, because of course this is not really rocket science, but it's about the data processing and data collection that Continental then as the customer can use to monitor the production and extracting the data. So this is one of the latest examples. Of course, we should talk about the bad examples, but at another time. So touching upon the examples, well, to be honest, when we organize these conferences, very often we only get one feedback, which is the same every year at every event, that we didn't really get real-life examples. So I would like to ask you, we heard some examples of implementing the digitalization systems, but we haven't heard anything from info consulting. So give us some example from the practice so that we have a better feedback after this conference. Well, I might look at it, I might get a top view, because when we talk about the ERP system, at the end of the day, it's a change for the entire company. And it's not about some partial digitalization at some island, but this is a real interference in the nervous system of the entire company. And it's about the change management. And I got in a situation in the business negotiations where I can tell myself how the company will be successful during the implementation and how it can use the tool that we are going to roll out and that we can help with, and how the company can then develop the tool and how it can use all the features that it offers. So this is about the mindset of the people. And it's also about how they can enforce some innovations and how they can use them. So to give you some concrete example, last year's, for 1.5 years, we worked on a project for Ostroj in the town of Opava, which is quite a well-known machining company in the Czech Republic. And the success of the implementation for the company is also our success, but it's not only our success. About half of the success is behind the customer, and how the customer was able to contribute to the use of the tool that we delivered. And when I asked 2 weeks ago the design engineers from the company what it brought to them, what they spent 1.5 years on the implementation, the main thing that they were telling me was that now we see where we stand. We can see the data, we see the capacities we have, we know what we have in stock, we know what we need, what we have extra, and we can see it all, and we didn't see it before. Why? Because it was scattered in many places, and now it's in a single point for all the 6 divisions. So even the divisions can somehow cooperate. So this is one of the examples I can give you. Thank you. I will ask Minerva for their example. Well, just like my colleague, we are introducing the American EPR system, and it's not only about the system, because we also use APS, automation, planning automation, optimization, and other things. So when we speak about the customers, Baumüller is our customer, because many years ago we introduced APS solutions. We have a huge group of customers. Some of them are here today. Moravian is here for many years. They have been our customers. So maybe if you look at the time before the pandemic, and now the pandemic somehow showed that there are some fields where you can work differently. You don't really have to visit the customer that often. We have a programmer who likes traveling around the world. and the company doesn't really care where he is based. What is important that he is doing his work. Now we implement a project for Helmich. They produce kitchen utensils, but what is important to mention is that the company is based close to Hanoi. So my colleague flew there, he analyzed what's needed, and all this is done remotely. He got to know the people. Of course, you can work remotely if you know the people. That's what it's all about. So this is how you can also introduce an information system. But what is important is that the company needs to know exactly what they need, what they expect to get. I have my presentation in the digitalization session where I want to give you some examples from mechanical engineering companies, why they wanted APS and ERP systems, why they wanted it, and what it brought them. I have Corrado and Fermat Brno mentioned, so I'm going to talk about this later, and I think we have a slide about you, why you also introduce APS. Okay, thank you. So when you work on the feedback, I hope you won't say we don't have many practical examples. But I wanted to give you some assignment. We should find the common denominator for a success of the company to make the company successful in digitalization. So based on the answers, I would say that it's about people. Successful digitalization is only possible with people who believe in it and shift it onwards. And we have two people from practice here. So the representative of Continental, you have the leader you report to. I know that the CEO is the one who has the digitalization vision, who is really driving it. Baumüller, we have the leader here who is motivating the staff about the digitalization. So I wonder, could you give us some guidelines how to transfer this on the other staff? Once we have the motivated leader, of course, this is also a problem to find such people, how to gain such a person, but how should you then motivate the rest of the team for the changes? And as you've said, it takes a lot of efforts, a lot of time, and you can only see the result on a later day. So how can you transfer the enthusiasm within the company? So maybe I will start with you. How did it? Well, they didn't have to transfer it onto me because digitalization is something I like. So if someone tells me what to do, I do it. So of course I also introduce my point of view and my experience and skills. In Continental, I've been for 14 years. I also worked in manufacture, and what I needed was OEE production overviews. I missed the digital maintenance records in SAP from my staff, so I could make analysis and make efficient management of the maintenance department. So it's easier for me because now I'm leading a team of great technicians, and they are like kids. It's like a kid. It's just the toys are more and more expensive. So if the technicians have the equipment, if they can touch it, if you can invest time and money, then the examples are brought and you get the real results. I saw an investment of 250,000 euros over the past 4 years. My budget is 320,000 euros per year. Just my department, it's just 9 people in my department. So we have the techniques in place, and then the people like it. It's something that drives them. They are full of enthusiasm, and they really like their job. So this is good news for all the partners and suppliers at the conference, because a successful company in digitalization is the one that purchases solutions from the partners. Then you are successful in digitalization. So now it's also about the budgets. Do you have some issues with transferring the digitalization down to the level of the operators at the shop floor, so that they understand that what they do is beneficial? Are you successful, or what are the main obstacles? Well, I think we are doing well, because otherwise we wouldn't generate the results. We have to divide it into several parts. I can say that I'm grateful to have people at the top management that want to go for it. So this is a key point.
If I came and said to everybody, so tomorrow let's do digitization and everything will be perfect, so they will be looking at me. But if they don't get actively engaged in it, so it will not be successful. It will stay with me and it will not be shifted anywhere. So at least in the top management, I need to have people who want it and who know why they are doing it. And why are we doing it? Because if we don't do anything, so the company will stop being competitive, because it will not be able to then generate the savings which digitization can bring about, or the competitors can get over you because it will be able to react faster. Whether it is the quality of the service or other areas, and you need to have people who understand this. In a lot of production companies, there are a lot of technicians who are perfect in terms of technical things, but they are not as competent in economy. But it is equally important, because why are we doing it? I can imagine a young person who comes to the company and wants to do digitalization. He will or she will like it because of the technologies, but we have also people who are excellent technicians, but they say, why should I be doing it? Why should I be learning new things? Why should I start using a different order or different projects? Why not with paper? Why paperless? If we don't do it, we won't reduce the costs, and it is all about the costs. It's excellent if you see in excellent monitors in the company and it looks good, but if you don't have the savings on the basis of it, so it doesn't really succeed. So please, perhaps with artificial intelligence, you should wait for the results. So please, short thing from the supplier. It is good to have excited people both at the implementing level and also at the level of the management, because they sometimes say, oh, I have a new toy, I'm going to play with it. And the top management should give them some economic maintenance and barriers so that it works. I have some practical experience. People really are very important, and nobody can be excluded, whether you have 300 companies or 1,000, they all have to pull one rope. Some years ago, one customer wanted to be helped with digitalization and wanted to include an information instruction in the digital form, which was fine. It worked very well, but there were some cases where the user was not well acquainted with it, and in the morning shift, instead of the line being able to work, so there was a screwdriver just stuck into the screen, and the worker was no longer there because he was not able to operate it. So please pay attention to this. If the technologies are automated, so it is quite an investment, and such outages will cost you a lot of energy. So it was a short comment. We spoke about expensive toys, but these are tools which bring value to the company. And now I would like to ask the gentleman from the supplier session, what is the added value which you bring into the company with your specific toy? Can you define it? We, in the Czech market, we implement the IFS system. And the added value which we work with for a long time is really the coverage of complete needs from the business to the production and service, basically providing the uniform version which gives you a good a base for you to build specific projects on a fixed foundation. This is what we can provide you with. And if I look at what's happening in the area of ERP systems in general, which is a change as opposed to the current situation, so all manufacturers, or at least the global ones, including IFS, they make effort to deliver the added value in the form of new functionalities to the customers. So maybe there are some of you who have some old ERP system and they want to upgrade it, and they see maybe a giant and monstrous project and process as it was before. But the time from the start and developing of the new function to its getting to the customer is now much shorter, because everything is much faster. And we see it here all around. And I'm very glad that the things by which we hear at different conferences from the manufacturers as new developments. So this is what we can take and supply to our customers, which is excellent at this time. We have the representatives of both companies supplying the ERP system, but we have the different other systems which are abbreviated in different ways. You may understand them or not, but there are so many systems. But within digitalization, how big issue is it? If you don't have a uniform solution, but if you have islands of information systems, how difficult is it for you to interconnect these islands? Is this getting better within the education in the digitalization so that you have comprehensive and united system? Nowadays, if we look at the communication of the systems, this ERP system is the most important. There may be some other systems connecting to the machines, the data from the machines, and we supplemented by APS, which is advanced planning by Siemens, and also there could be these are different products. If we look at the interconnections and standard databases, so this is something that we come across because this ABS by Siemens, we connect to different ERP systems, and it is more like a safety and security thing rather than technological issue. Because the companies have some security and safety regulations, and it is not easy for them to get them to let them in their systems for data reading. So it is more like technological. So I would like to react as well. We came across it in practice 2 or 3 years ago when we had some data storages which did not communicate with each other, and we came to the conclusion that every data warehouse uses one data source. and we needed to put them into one uniform and united database so that the systems can pull out whatever they needed to process the data and return them. Continental has standardized, and the Brandýs solution is rolled out to all worldwide companies. I'd like to ask Mr. Zubr from Baumüller. You said that a lot of changes within digitalization was made within the production, but maybe not. You didn't look at the support processes so much. Where do you think that there is the major potential of digitalization? Is it still at the production level, or is it the rest? Is it like administration or the support processes? And how important it is for digitalization not to remain at the production level, but get across the entire company or entire organization. This is maybe what we spoke about at the end of my presentation, which is the integration of the company within digitalization. Because I think that the potential I still see in the administration and production. We can ask whether the potential would be better in the production. I can say yes, because the value is added, and the potential can be similar in the administrative sections and so support sections. But there is another question mark which I had in my presentation. At the moment, when you interconnect all this, there will be a multiplication effect in there, because everybody will be interconnected in one chain and they will be speaking in one language. So this is what I see as another potential in the production and administration. But when you connect all this together, and you will have a comprehensive picture how the company operates, so this is the moment when we will introduce artificial intelligence. We will automate the processes, because it will not be necessary for people ordering the materials. There will be a major stability and no risk. Hopefully, this utopic vision will come, and IT and production will speak in a common language. But maybe digitalization is going in this direction. Just one comment. We speak about the digitalization and its benefits. Many of us are here from the manufacturing companies. What the main benefit is here for us? It is the piece which you will send to your customer, and the customer will pay for it. This is the main commitment. The digitalization is only a help to this. So the product which you produce by your production staff and you send it to your customer, this is the main benefit for all of us. So maybe this could be a final idea, but we still have a little bit of time, and I would like to ask the gentleman from this supplier section to advise the companies, potential customers. So where can there be a hidden potential in the companies which you are able to improve by your solutions? So there are some easy questions, or only easy questions. It's not only about the production, or we are all here from the production companies, or who work, or manufacturing companies, or so it's good to look beyond the boundaries of the production or manufacturing. We do the ERP system, so it is not about the production only, it is about the finance, logistics, warehouses, sales, and we can implement automation in all of these areas. But there has to be a business case, I don't want to give you a kind of final conclusion. This is where the hidden potential is. It is necessary for us to find the hidden potential in every specific company, because it can be at different places in different companies. They could be a company with difficult administration or administrative processes, and more software robot processes will have to be implemented rather than hardware. Or we can look at the optimization of warehouses or logistics, because the warehouses often have a lot of assets hidden in some surplus stock, or that something can be missing which is essential for production flow. And these all are the things which we have to answer our questions with regard to the data, and based on this we have to make decisions.
So I don't think it's only about the production, but I think we should also focus on some real benefits for each and every company. Thank you. Do you see the Holy Grail? Well, maybe I will go against because what's been presented by my colleagues from the production plants, I don't think you would present it if you didn't do it the right way. And I think they must be quite well ahead, because I see a number of companies, and currently there are still the greatest benefit is always in the production, both in terms of the records and planning. Once you have an optimization program which optimizes the scheduling, the planning, then at the right time you produce what you are supposed to. The more complex the machine, the more important it is to know what's going to be on the assembly line 2-3 weeks later. Once anything changes, you need to reschedule immediately and again produce the right things at the right time. So these software solutions increase productivity in the same production machinery. You can produce more. So give you an example, our greatest customer, not in terms of the ERP system, we have some other customers, but as regards the APS is TDK. You know that they have plants in Hungary and Austria. And some of you know TDK, you know they used to make cassettes in the past, but the digitalization took away the whole business they had, and now all the production plants have been transformed to the production of transistors and things for printed circuits. So when we deployed APS, they had on-time deliveries, which was about 70%, and suddenly they're at 96%, because in the production they produce something to be kept in stock, but of course now they produce what the customer needs at that time. So this is one of the examples. So if you really want to start, I think that production is the most grateful topic and the most beneficial topic for you. And then, of course, you can continue with the next steps. I think that Jan Václavič will confirm that there is still potential in your production, which is hidden in the high flexibility. Well, definitely what we are producing, well, all the lines are quite unique, so the flexibility is the highest added value, but it's difficult to plan, because many times even the customer doesn't know what he wants until the very last moment. But that's how automotive works. But still, if we come to the companies who order the production equipment from us, yes, of course, the production provides the greatest potential, and this is where you see quite quickly how effective the digitalization is. But of course, it's also related to the administration, billing, order processing, the entire planning process. This is another huge potential. It's not where you see it immediately, but the potential is still there, based on what we know from the production plants. Well, thank you very much. I think that we have fulfilled the topic that digitalization can increase the resilience of the companies, and digitalization can be an interesting competitive advantage and a necessity for the people here. So I would like to thank you for your time, opinions, ideas, and inspiration. Jakub Hamerník from Continental, Miroslav Zubr from Baumüller, Brno, of course, Mr. Hégr from Minerva, Milan Tesař from Info Consulting, and Jan Václavovič from JHV. So thank you. Unlike the first discussion, this is not an instruction for you to dispel, because we are going to continue with 2 more points on the agenda. So I will let you go so that you can keep listening. And can I announce the next point? So the next item on the agenda, there is a minor change to make it more interesting. The topic is still the support of digitalization of the production plants, ADMA TranS4MErs. But before Mr. Hladík from the Technological Center Prague comes, I would like to ask for a remote connection of Mr. Siemens. So I hope that he is ready, and he will not only introduce himself, but also the project. So if he's available.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible there.
Yeah, you're on the stage. We would like to welcome you onto the conference. The stage is yours, and we are ready for your speech.
Thank you very much. So my name is Shyam Nair. I am from Irish Manufacturing Research and the Senior Program Manager for ADMA TranS4MErs. So I would just like to give you a short introduction about the ADMA TranS4MErs, what it is there, what it is the program about, and how the program can help the SMEs as well. So I have a short presentation. I'll be sharing my screen if that's okay with you all. I'm sharing the screen right now. So ADMA TranS4MErs is actually a very short acronym for Advanced Manufacturing Transformation for SMEs. So I was actually hearing to the panel discussion that you had earlier, and there were like buzzwords like digital transformation, Industry 4.0, ERP systems, and all those things. So I would be taking a short walk through what it means for an SME, how it can help you transform yourself, and how ADMA TranS4MErs can help you, handhold you towards the achievement, towards the digital transformation. So the first question will be the industry buzzword, Industry 4.0 and digital transformation. What it means from a very SME perspective. So digital transformation, although is all about data, and you hear words like data warehousing, ERP systems, it's a very much socio-technical program. It's not just a very technology-oriented program, it is a socio-technological program. The key part in a digital transformation is to gather as much data as possible so that we can create very good business insights. For an SME part of view, the SMEs will also always be asking, where is my money? How can we better our business? So digital transformation is all about getting those particular data to actually see where you're losing money, how you can optimize the entire process so that you can gain money by reducing the wastage, and also how you can increase your business. So it is reported that in 2022, which is after the COVID, 53% of the businesses in European Union is taking action towards the digital transformation and moving towards the Industry 4.0. And why is that required? It actually is therefore increasing your profit margin, and how you can increase your profit margin by optimizing your production, by reducing your wastage. And this is actually created from the insight from the data that you collect. The data warehouse, the topic that was actually there, ERP and data warehouse, the topic was there in the panel discussion, is all about collecting those particular data and creating insights so that it can enhance your profit margin and enhance your operational efficiencies from a manufacturing point of view. And how it can help you in a business terms, it gets you to places where the manual process can't. So it gets you the vision, it gets you the presence in an international stage. It enhances the business acquisition, improving the turnover. So it creates new business channels, which is very important when it comes to Industry 4.0. And why must we act right now is because the relative manufacturing contribution of the manufacturing units, especially the SMEs, is actually declining in EU when compared to other economic zones like the Southeastern Asia, the US, the African continent. So this is because we are not moving forward fast enough and adopting fast enough. So it is a right call right now to have your businesses digitally transformed or take the actions towards the transformation for better business and getting more presence in the international market. And how can we change ourselves, adopt to the digital technology? Is very simple. One is the mindset to adopt, and the second is the project ADMA TranS4MErs. We are there to help you, to handhold you towards this digital transformation. Now, a short description about what an ADMA TranS4MEr is, or Advanced Manufacturing for Transformation of SMEs, is, and how it can help you. So, ADMA TranS4MEr is an EU-funded project. It's a network of pan-Europe of SMEs. More than 1,000 SMEs are there, and stakeholders from more than 27 EU nations. So why you should join? The simple answer will be the network. The network that creates you or presents you a stage to showcase yourself or give an exposure from a 27 EU nations perspective, giving you a whole new business vision, whole new stage for business, whole new acquisition for new business as well. And what we offer is very bespoke. It is tailor-made to your business needs. We have our TranS4MErs, which is one-to-one consultants working with you to create tailor-made business transformation plans in the DT segment so that it does not deviate from your business interests. At the same time, it also has the vision towards the Industry 4.0 implementation or creating your business towards a digitally transformed factories of the future. And we also give financial support. Since it's a European Union funded project, there is financial support to the participating SMEs as well. But I would say our major USP to the entire project is why the ADMA TranS4MEr, and it is because of the huge network that we have. We have more than 1,000 SMEs, and it's growing as fast every day, every single day. And we are having synergies with other projects as well. So it's not like after the end of this particular project, we will be obsolete. But no, we are moving forward with synergies with other projects, other national level and EU level projects as well. So you have access to SMEs, you have a new stage, and we have 250 plus TranS4MErs for 1,000 SMEs right now. So that is 1-to-4 ratio. So our TranS4MErs or the consultants that will be working with you will have enough time. It's not like, one TranS4MEr is handling 10 or 20 different SMEs. No, the ratio between the TranS4MErs and the SMEs is quite high. So this is taken with time in mind, the dedication of time that each TranS4MEr can actually give to the SME as well. we are always SME-centric. The analysis method, how we rate your transformation plan, it's all tailor-made from an SME perspective. No two business transformation plans are unique. And we have 7 transformation areas to actually choose from, whichever area that you find good and you find your business vision stands on. Our transformers will help you with focusing on that particular transformation area, moving forward, creating a really, really good future for you. And we have pan-Europe recognized quality marks. Since we are working on synergies with other projects as well, our quality mark is recognized Europe-wide. So wherever you go, if you are saying that we are a transformer certified SME or a transformer we are working under a transformer certified transformer, you will have that particular value, and we ensure that value is kept even long after the project is over, project term is over. So it's a sustainable project that we are looking for. It's not a single term project that you'll be looking on. It means that our network is there to stay, and we have really good networking events as well. So you're all welcome. Like every transformer, every SMEs are welcome in our networking events, which will actually increase your presence in the whole market. And we have transformers everywhere. So we have your local transformers within Czech Republic, and we have the transformers specializing in different categories. Like for example, we have Eco Factory, we have end-to-end customer-focused engineering, we have advanced manufacturing technologies, digital factory, value chain-oriented open factory. So there are quite a lot that we can actually offer. Am I still audible, or did I lose the connection?
You're still on the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. Because my screen is a little bit stuck, that's the reason why I asked. So the next slide is the path to transformation. I hope you can actually see the path to transformation. So this is the whole program, how the program works. So we have 4 different steps to actually help you navigate to the factory of the future. The first one is that we will assess your current status, how much digital maturity that you have, what is the exact way the transformation plan, the aim, the vision that you have, and based on that assessment, we'll actually create a transformation plan for you, and we will be there continuously, and transformers will be there continuously with you to actually implement that particular journey. And once the journey is midway through, or like 2-3 stages, we'll be helping you evaluate that, and we have more funding opportunity as we go on to the evaluation stage. And based on merit, we'll be actually helping the SMEs to be the factory of the future. So we are not looking at factories which are already towards the digital maturity or who have already implemented so much of digital technologies. No, we are there for the SMEs. We are there for the factories who have a vision towards digital transformation, and entire digital transformation. Even if they have just started the journey, they might need more of the help along the way, and we are there to actually help them. And I assure you, transformers, ADMA TranS4MErs, the program, and the transformers in your local area are well qualified and will be able to help you to achieve that particular dream. In this program, we have something known as the magic triangle. So the magic triangle is the focus or the basis point of the entire ADMA TranS4MErs program. We have transformers, who is a physical person. We have the service providers who provide various services within our platform, including training, including implementation, everything. And we have the SMEs at the apex of all. So the transformers, service providers, and the SMEs are the magic triangle for the ADMA program. We have continuous addition of services that are market demand, so each transformer and the service provider can actually ask for services which are in demand and not in the market. So it means that an SME will never feel obsolete inside this particular platform, because it's always updated, it's always evaluated for quality as well. And they have 7 different areas of transformation. As I mentioned, We have advanced manufacturing technologies, digital factory, eco-factory, end-to-end customer-focused engineering, human-centered organization, smart manufacturing, and value chain-oriented open factory as well. More on these 7 categories or areas of transformation. I'm sure that your transformers will be able to help you on it if you embark on the journey for digital transformation. So we have the next open call, which is the application date for the transformation, and it is from the 1st of April. So any SMEs who want to actually apply to this particular program can apply from 1st of April in different segments that they want. So they will actually go through the assessment stage first, and after the assessment stage, there will be a transformation plan, and we'll be there to implement that particular transformation plan. And at each stage, your transformer will be there hand-holding you as well. And if you have any further queries, any further issues that you might need to address, we have transformers.eu website. Please go on, please find that. And if there are any queries at all, there is a help desk that we have, well-settled help desk info@transformers.eu, and there'll be qualified persons will be answering to you as well. And please, log on to your LinkedIn and follow us on LinkedIn so that you can remain updated about every events that are upcoming as well. And if you want to join our exchange platform, take a scan, please check out the network as well. And please ask our transformers for help, and they'll be able to help you throughout as well. And my name is Shyam. Again, I'm the Senior Program Manager for ADMA TranS4MErs. Thank you for your time and interest. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them now.
Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, we have no more time for the questions, so we just need to say goodbye and thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. See you soon. Bye.
A já bych znovu v češtině poprosil, máme tady k dispozici Petra Hladíka.
We have Peter Hladík here from the Technology Center in Prague, who is going to speak about the topic or add to the... I'll just add to what has been said. Originally, I was the one to present this presentation, but I'm very glad that we managed to bring the coordinating organization and just my brief addition to this. From what you have heard, what in my opinion is essential and what you should take away is that among so many activities that you can hear of recently and you can see is also the ADMA TranS4MErs project, which helps you connect with other activities which help people at least partly either free of charge or at least some of part of the services is free, help them with competitiveness and to help them with today's difficult times to go on and to develop. ADMA TranS4MErs is the network which covers the entire Europe. In the Czech Republic, it is the organization which is part, it is the Technology Center in Prague is part of this network. So if you have been interested in anything of the presentation, whether you can be an SME, a manufacturing organization, or an SME who could use these services, or who could be a natural person who will be offering these services. You can be those who will be offering the services to these SMEs through the network. So if you want, please contact us in the lobby. We have a stand there. We can answer your questions and talk to you about the further conditions. It was a very short presentation, but I'd like to thank everybody and organizers that they were able to introduce the program to us. They are the organizers who are involved in the activities of. So we have known each other for quite a while, and hopefully will be able to offer the network and the services not only as separate services, which will not be which will be within some other offers, and they will be developed. So thank you, and now the program can continue.
Já moc děkuji za představení projektu. Myslím si, že malé a střední podniky.
I'd like to continue introducing this program. This is the space for major innovation for digitalization at the SME level. Before I let you go to the lobby for consultations, I'd like to introduce and I'd like to thank the organizers that they are able to keep and maintain the inspiration not only in Brno and the Czech Republic, but they are also inspired by foreign places, and that's why we have Martin Žák, who is a representative of Advantage Austria, who will tell us what inspiration the Austrian organizers had, and this is a challenge for you to use this for the further program, not only from the Czech Republic, but also abroad. So now I'd like to pass the floor to Martin Žák. And Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need two microphones. It was a practical solution because this year we have had 6 companies, Austrian companies, coming to Brno with us who have had very good solutions and the products, and it will be good if the companies introduce themselves here, because Austrian inspiration, as it's been introduced here in the program, is not for the first time. So we've been for the 4th time, and the sub-program of this conference is the Austrian presentation of 4.0, which is good, but I don't want to take your time because this is the last paper before lunch, so I'll be jumping from one company to another or between the languages. I'd like to ask the first speaker from our group, Mr. Aleš Sobotka, who is the ISEMO company representatives, to present his company. My name is Aleš Sobotka. I am from ISEMO, so it will be a very short one. It's an Austrian company. We are in cooperation with VKL Austria. I am Czech, and I am in charge of international markets, so anything that's not speaking German. ISEMO, it means artificial intelligence, SE sensors, and MO is monitoring. The goal of what ISEMO does is the monitoring of the injection presses and injection mold and their activities. We have sensors. It is a vibration sensor which is connected, clamped onto the press, and we see how the machine behaves. This is the 2nd slide out of 3. We collect data about the machine. So according to the vibrations, we get to know what the machine does. We don't need any connection to any infrastructure, which is really great. We can connect to any machine by any manufacturer without the connection to the IT infrastructure. So how the questions about how we connect, if it's safe or not safe, it is not doesn't apply to us. These are the real data. This is the screenshot of the real data, and we have the production floor. We have the screen here. You can have it on the tablet or elsewhere, and you can see all the machines, how they run. And here you can see that machine number 1 is at 9%, number 6 is at 10. 10 is maximum at the moment, which was the 8th of February this year, and then I can find out it's running or it's not running. There can be some alarms. I don't if I have multiple machines, so I can see each of them. Then I can set up why the machine got stuck. When I started working in ISEMO, I just thought, what should we do about it? And you know that every machine gets stuck about once a day in an unplanned manner. At least our customers have it. They don't know why the machine stops running, and it's good to solve it.
Of energy saving, because you know the machine doesn't stop and it doesn't stop consuming. It's just not producing, which is a major difference. So if it's in downtime for a while, it's not really suitable, and you should deal with that. So this is the target. We have a platform for that, and we can also provide related data. So if you have some MES producers, or if you have some other platform producers and you want to collect data from the machines, we are open to that. So that's it from my part about our platform. Currently, we have customers in Germany and in Austria. We have the first clients in Bohemia and in Italy. Our expansion strategy is Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, Italy, and Portugal, and Spain. So this is our plan. There is a lot of manufacturing plants there and many small and larger businesses, and in these zones there are companies that have a non-consistent machine fleet. So this is the plan of our future steps. So this is what it looks like in practice. So this is the movable part. For each machine, you have a tablet that can be fitted to every machine or several machines. It doesn't really matter, and the operators can set what happened, like it ran out of plastic, or it got stuck, or it can be whatever, a wrong pressure. And in version 2, when you collect enough data, you'll be able to make predictions, because based on the type of vibrations, we can say that, okay, the plastic is running out, so we should do something in advance before we run out of the plastic, because we know it's going to run out. So this is a simple solution. You connect it, you collect data, analyze it, and you see what's happening. Thank you for your attention. Well, if you are interested in any of it, of course, we have a booth in the lobby. So now we will continue going through Austrian technologies. We have another company. This is a family-run business, quite a large business, Copadata, and Mr. Reinfried Gesser-Bachel, who is going to introduce the company.
For introduction, and unfortunately I'm not able to talk in Czech language. I try it in English. Copadata is an Austrian company, family-owned company. We are located in Salzburg, and we are developing automation software, Xenon software platform. And this Xenon software platform enables your steps into a digital transformation, into your building your smart factory, your industry 4.0. Xenon software platform is high connectivity with 300 integrated drivers, which provides you with all the data we heard before you need to do the steps into the smart factory. Xenon is also high scalability and flexibility, and yeah. we are working mainly for the manufacturing industry and on a high level, and supports you with all the data and standards you need in your factory. Therefore, we strive for a modern way and innovation, and our vision is to parameterize your systems. No programming skills are needed, and we offer you also a fully cloud-based, a web-based HMI, and Xenon is also working mainly on Microsoft operating system, also on Linux operating systems. So we're also supporting you with online training, with an e-learning platform and a face-to-face training, and also with the support with an online ticketing system, with a documentation as a fully comprehensive documentation online available for your usage. And would you like to improve our experience? Since 35 years, we are working for 4 key industries mentioned here, and operating or have more than 200 systems installed worldwide on successful projects with happy customers. And at the end, I would be happy to get in contact with you for a discussion in details for your solution. Děkuji za pozornost at this point.
Děkuji mnohokrát panu Kesselbacherovi a pokračujeme prosím v dalším průletu a máme na řadě právě další velmi inovativní rakouskou společnost, firmu Ivy. Ti z vás, kteří navštívili Mezinárodní strojírenský veletrh, tak ti mohli rovněž vidět jejich produkty v akci a já už poprosím pana Christiana Cinka, aby nám firmu představil.
Thank you. You may know the situation that customers demand more and more quality from you, but they do not want to pay more for that. Furthermore, it's getting more and more complicated to find qualified personnel in order that you can deliver this quality. A survey amongst companies asked what they would perceive that their main risk would be for their future and for their nowadays production, for their company growth, and 67% of these companies said that the shortage of qualified workers is the main risk that they would perceive nowadays. Yeah? Of course, this must have some consequences. The consequences of this is that, for example, if we look to Germany, it's a negative revenue impact of around 500 billion euros until 2030. So that's a huge negative impact. As quality becomes more and more important, also, of course, it gets more and more significant, the costs of the daily operation of quality assurance. So it becomes more and more important and more expensive to deliver that quality. We as Ivy, we developed an answer for that to boost your industrial production. We have developed a digital workplace that is called Ivy Smart Desk. And with that, we can bring 2 main benefits to you. The one is qualification as a service, and the second one is quality as a service. With quality as a service, we mean that we take each and every of your manual process and we make quality assurance. We do the quality assurance, we document it, so that if a customer comes 2 weeks later to you with a reclamation, you can very easily do the duty of proof. With qualification as a service, we mean that we take the knowledge out of the brain into the machine. That means if an employee leaves the company, the know-how still stays in the company and can be also scaled. But we are not only doing that for manual processes, we do it along the whole entire production chain. So wherever this is necessary, we can implement our technology. Thank you very much.
Děkuji mnohokrát. Opět připomínám, pokud by cokoliv z tohoto zaujalo, samozřejmě budeme velice rádi, když nás navštívíte.
If you are interested, we will be more than happy if you come. So now it's more about the production. So I would like to ask Mr. Milan Ostrich to tell us what the company IWZ deals with.
Dobrý den.
Good afternoon. My name is Milan Ostrich. I come from the Austrian company IWZ Industry Bedard. The company has been active in the international market in the field of mechatronics, automation, and business activities for over 45 years. We mainly focus on the area of plastic processing, recycling, automation of the production process. So we make designs, we make deliveries, and we also commission and service individual pieces of equipment. But our specialization is the delivery of comprehensive solutions, not only for the plastic industry based on specific requirements of the customers. We offer production facilities, extruders and rotating filters by Gnois, a German company. These extruders are fitted with a multi-rotating screw, which ensures perfect degassing all the melted material. Then we have the injection presses. These are fully electric Japanese presses delivered by JWC with a clamping power of 300 up to 3,000 tons. These presses offer long service life, high reliability, and very low consumption of electricity. We also offer peripheral machines for all the equipment, automation by the German company Introductory. So this is all kinds of cell, warehousing, portal, clamping and handling systems. Our customers are companies dealing with plastic processing, pharmaceutical companies, and companies in the field of agriculture, automation equipment, heavy industries, as well as fine mechanics and automotive. So the company is based in Austria, in Vienna, and we are active in Austria, the Czech and Slovak republics. Thank you very much. So we are proceeding. Definitely, Kubala, the Austrian company, is something you all know. So I'm very happy to welcome the director of the Czech branch office of KESAT, Mr. Herman. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm glad to be given the space to present our daughter company, KESAT. Unlike the Kubala AG, we deal with special automation equipment, so wood processing industry or robotic workplaces for grinding and polishing. Both these operations are typical representatives of Industry 4.0 with human elements. So I will not talk about wood processing, and I want to look at the robotic workplaces. So this is what is available. We have 2 workplaces in Jihlava where we test and demonstrate to our customers that we can grind. So this is a highly complicated technological process. The person needs to set the grinding material, the inclination, speed, and so on. So this is what we demonstrate in the town of Jihlava. And what you see here, this is where we have highly sophisticated solution grinding machines, robots with their own control systems and systems with master solutions. Why should we apply robots for grinding and polishing applications? We keep talking about electronics, but we have to realize the most important thing is that we run out of qualified personnel. They will not be available. Then it's more and more important to follow the hygienic requirements, repeated quality of production. Everyone wants to have the same products, short operating times, more components at a time, and 24/7 operation. So we offer fully automatic solutions, including transport and grinding. And of course, we also offer variability of production. So the typical tasks, this is the second slide. We need to focus on the processes, technologies, and materials. The process as such tells us whether I have some cast, if it's a weldment, what kind of surface treatment I want to make, technologies, do I need to grind, do I need to polish, do I need to brush, do I need to machine. So brushing, when you have the automatic equipment, it's quite noisy. It may be as noisy as a power saw. So you need some noise insulation. As regards the materials, of course, liquids, they cannot be ground, but ABS, plastics, RTM, steel, stainless steel, fillers, varnishes, and all other materials. So that's it, what we can do. You can see my contact details. We'll be more than happy if you want to get in touch with us, so please contact us, and I wish you a nice day.
Thank you, Pavel Herman, for this interesting information, and I would like to ask David Kameš from EIT Manufacturing. This will not be about the production. So this is an interesting company. I think we have the really persevering audience, but I'm sure you will benefit from this. So this Institute this is the Lincoln European Innovation to Market Success Institute. We have the Reduction Act, and we have at our disposal the subsidies that we use from the European Union. The Czech companies look that they are not interested in them, or they don't know about them. The EIT Manufacturing is partly funded by the EU or by our member organizations. Out of 50%, they are companies, 50% of research institutes and universities, among them, for example, the Czech University of Technology. This is connected with another network of large and medium-sized companies who we have contracts with. How can you benefit from our network? Our task is to provide subsidies or grants based on the technology or requirements that you have in your production, which means that in our network of companies, universities and research organizations, we collect ideas and problems that they have, and we choose our personal approach and get in touch with them and build consortiums who then apply for the subsidies or grants. We have at the Czech University of Technology, this is our hub in the Czech Republic, which is supporting us. We have the innovation call. How does it look in terms of project time? Just very short information. The project should start at TRL6, which is the technology which works in the laboratory space, and your goal is to get it to the market. The subsidy is of the project, which will be as the business owner. If you have any questions, I'll be at our stand, or you can then ask me if you scan this QR code. Thank you, David Kameš, and that was all from us. Of course, the program will continue, but now there will be the most interesting part, the lunch. We'll be happy if you come to our stand. You will learn more there about all these products or solutions. If you are interested in cooperating with Austrian companies, we are here in Brno. We are also in Prague. You can contact us, and in the afternoon, during the B2B discussions, we are also willing to interconnect you. Enjoy your lunch and have a good time. I apologize, really, a few minutes in terms of the organization. So now there will be lunch. Sorry for the delay. But I need to tell you what will happen after lunch. Now we are going to divide into parallel sessions and B2B discussions. In this room, The digitalization section will continue. So if you're interested in that, you should come back. On the stream, we will tell you that we are only digitalization. Who are here, you can also use the parallel session, the flexible production. For those who are on the stream, you will have a record available also from this section. Then we have also the cybersecurity section. I'd like to highlight here that this topic has not been mentioned so much in the morning, and maybe it is neglected in your company as well. So if you don't have time to go there, so please go back to this topic from the records. We will appeal to this topic to resonate more, mainly because we know that the industry cluster, which is part, is involved in the cybersecurity topics, and this topic will be supported in the media much more, and will be happy if we look at it in more detail. I hope you will spend a pleasant afternoon here in the conference, and so there are sessions digitalization, it will be here, flexible production in the other room, cybersecurity and interviews are in other rooms. So I don't want to delay you anymore, so we'll go back here at 2 o'clock and have the
Vítejte zpět na konferenci Brno Industry 4.0, konkrétně sekci.
Welcome back to Industry 4.0 in the section digitalization section. In order for you to see how the digitalization can help in the company. So you have chosen the right section and the right following of the topics which we will show you shortly. I hope the topics chosen here for digitalization will complement the opening talks if you get back to it from the records. So I recommend you to start the first part of morning conference so that we follow with the topics. We will also show the usability of the ERP systems. In the first discussions, we had an opportunity to hear the representatives of Info Consulting, and Radovan Antelik is the person who we have here with the presentation, which will start this digitalization block. We will hear this presentation as a strong base for the digitalized production. So let us hear now how ERP falls within digitalization. Help to the company and so I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Radovan Antelik. I work for the company Info Consulting. This is an international company which is based in Poland, but we are active in the markets in different countries, Central European countries, and will be also opening a branch in the United States. We are also the partner for the implementation of the systems for different companies. As for our customers, so the ERP system is used by a number of companies in the Czech Republic and Slovakia. They are mainly manufacturing companies. They are focused not only on specific segments, but there are a number of companies which focus on engineering, supply of automated production lines, such as the automation company, the production of the furniture, automotive segment, food industries, POCAR, etc. A few words about IFS company. This company is celebrating the 40th anniversary of its establishment. It is one of the oldest companies which manufacture information systems or produce information systems. And this company is showing the statistics. It has extra customers every year, and the sales are almost $1 billion every year. The newest generation of applications called IFS Cloud is the company functional system, which cannot be ranked anyhow as an IAP system because it has overreached the boundaries of normal systems. It is a multi-platform application which is able to operate on any equipment and information and operating system, whether Windows, Android, or other ones. You can use tablets, mobile phones, and different kiosk stations, etc. This is an important element which helps you recognize the application. So it is that this product focuses on total visualization. All the data entered into the system are presented to the user by the visualization tools using the KPI indicators, or KPI indicators, and managers as well as the operational staff see the correct information which they need to see and which they need to work with. This system works on the principle of controlling the processes on the basis of the exceptions, because things which are running well, these are the systems which I don't have to work with, but I have to deal with those which show the problem, where I have a problem, for example, with employees' attendance or different other issues, so that we can find the cause. When we received this new version, this new generation, so we had to say, and we were quite excited about that, it was an application which is able to control entire life cycle. So it means that this is no longer closed in a box, but this is a system which can control any processes, any areas, starting with an idea. If I should mention an example of a company which has developed and supplied and installs and services different technology, production lines, etc. So the company which knows these processes works with all the processes, development, design, production, and servicing. Now I will show you the phases. These cycles can be supported by the uniform system. I would like to start with the sales or business phase. This is the phase where the sales department or marketing department works with the application which serves for potential opportunities to be displayed of potential customers. This works with some business opportunities which give you an overview also to the strategic management about how the potential business develops, what pipelines they are, and what is the new opportunity. And it is with different phases, like starting with working on the price offer, on the quotation. Now I'd like to highlight one function where the businesses which want the business opportunities need to prepare a quotation, so they need some basic materials for pricing to the customer. And this is about the estimation of business opportunity, where a person who is aware of the data, who knows how the data looks, doesn't have to work with the Excel to prepare the background documentation for the price offer, but will prepare the calculation within the system based on the data already existing in the system. So if there are some existing bills of materials or existing consultations, existing materials, so there is a system where they can add the data into the estimate in order for them to be able to calculate the offer and the quotation. This sales or business phase, if it is followed by signing the contract, so we will get to the project phase. The IFS project solution is the project solution based on the fact that all the processes connected with the implementation, not only with the production, but also preparatory phases such as the design, structure, TPV, and installation, supply and installation. All this is controlled within the project. There is a possibility to follow the project activities, and there is an opportunity to create some forecasts, project costs, project revenues. So there is always some information available of the current status of the project. And this it looks like this. The project management looks like this. We have some project activities which have their own deadlines, the estimated hours, and within the project management there is an allocation of the resources. There are some specific designers and one designer can work on multiple projects. You can find out what designer is working on them, which projects he or she is working on, etc. I started with the designers, and now I will talk about the next phase in the life cycle, which is the development. At the beginning, when we start the project, we need to prepare the production documentation. So new drawings have to be made, new models have to be made, and in this process, basically the system integrates all this construction data. The life cycle of the product is based on the fact that there are three types of the structures, three types of bill of material. It is EBOM, MBOM, and SBOM. And the bill of material, they are the data which are then supported by the technologies, and then the production documentation follows according to which the production starts. In the production process, changes occur because the customers may require change, the designers may require change. So in this moment, the actual bill of material is used, and the serial numbers are followed, the batch numbers, and you will see how the production line was manufactured for a technical equipment of some kind. The bill of material, which was established, then the structure is reflected in the service, and this is the service bill of material, and this is for the equipment to be able to be serviced. This is, you can see that there was a serial number, and everything can be found in the system.
Until the equipment is out of service and decommissioned. So, in order to make comprehensive control of this process, IFS has introduced a methodology called project deliverables. The principle of project deliverables is the bill of material, which is the order where you upload the data. So the project deliverable is related to a project plan, what time, what branch, what section of the you need to process. On the other hand, design transfers data to the system. so that based on the data you can start the production. The principle is that you don't need to have the whole bills of material ready, not all the layers, but gradually you can keep adding the parts in the project deliverable, those that have been configured, and this project deliverable is then how you can start procuring and start producing based on the design documentation, and so that you can plan the deliveries to the customers, some shipments that need to be delivered on site, and of course some work orders for the equipment to be commissioned at the customer side to go through the factory acceptance tests and all other things until it's been put into use. The greatest benefit is that the user has one window where he can see the entire project tree, so all the components that are coming in the order, so he can see whether the documentation is ready, and it's like a supporting document for planning over time and helping to plan the costs as well. So once the production documentation is in place, or at least some of it, we can proceed to the implementation stage. So in the next part, I'm going to talk more about the production, because of course you have some procurement process, price quotations, and the entire logistics that goes without saying. But as regards the production part, the production stage, if you look historically, and we've heard that, we started with the digitalization gradually. So the company started getting some billing programs so that they could pay the VAT. Then they started adding some other features like warehousing, purchasing, and so on. So the L4 level is about some traditional ERP systems. And then we have level 3, and we will talk about it later. These are specific software systems for payroll, production planning, and so on. What we bring in the new generation as part of a single system, you have both level 3 and level 4 together. So it's like a solution that is called a connected factory, and this is based on 4 basic areas. The first one is, of course, detailed scheduling and planning of the production operations. Then we have real-time monitoring of the production process and related production monitoring. And then with the incoming data from production, the system keeps evaluating the data and brings supporting data for decision-making and for improving the efficiency of the production process. So the solution itself is, as I've said, it's part of a single system. So the user in the production, they use a single system. The advantage is that the data is consistent. So it's not that you have any complicated business topics, no interfaces. So this system can also integrate some third-party solutions. So this is an open system enabling cooperation with other softwares. Another benefit is the cost of the solution and the cost of maintaining the solution, because you have a single vendor, single provider that also provides the servicing. So you only communicate in one direction. So if you look at the details of the components of the LMS system in IFS, of course, what is very important layer is the detailed capacity planning, where the system keeps evaluating and rescheduling and changing the production plan based on the accessibility of materials, the machine availability, manpower availability, or tools availability that are needed for the operations. And as a result of this detailed planning, you get a real-time operation line for each production workplace, so the data is immediately accessible for the workshop management, which is a tool which is really running in the workshops where the foremen really work with the operation line, with the queues, and they manage the system based on the data that are collected on the shop floor. And of course, the data can be collected by the operators if it's some human work. And it's also very important is once you have some production facilities integrated in the system, the data flows to the equipment to know what programs should be used in CNC and machines and so on. And on the other hand, you get information from the machinery about the production, and you also get information about the diagnostics of the equipment, so that the maintenance staff also has information about the condition of the equipment. So the operators can use a workshop panel. This can also be used on any device, mobile phones, tablets, and on the huge touch screens that are located on the shop floor. As regards data collection from the production equipment, the greatest benefit of the monitoring is OG. So this is when you evaluate the availability of the production machinery, meaning how long the equipment was in operation, what was the downtime. And this is, of course, related to production, where the system evaluates the production, how much has been manufactured, the losses, and the last indicator is the quality. So this shows how many produced pieces were good, the number of faulty pieces. Then you get a calculation, and the production managers get a detailed analysis of the condition of the equipment. Another important component which starts being implemented at the stage of development is the quality control. And this is based on FMEA, where you can already specify some potential errors, defects in the processes, and based on that you can identify the causes, and you can take some preventive steps. So this basically shows what should be checked, and the process control plans give you the details of what should be checked. So the result of this check at the input or output is some statistical check of the process in real time. So you get real-time specifications that graphically show you the condition of the components that are used in the production, and the fluctuation of the quality and deliveries from the suppliers over some period of time. And the last important part of the IFS solution is maintenance. Again, this also uses data coming in from the production machinery. So the maintenance has its own catalog of spare parts, set of equipment that is being maintained, and you get an overview of each piece of equipment and the parameters that you need for the diagnostics, because based on the parameters you can carry out preventive maintenance, which means that if some piece of equipment gets some value change, then you have to interfere because there could be some damage caused. What is also important is to have an overview of alerts or alarms exceptions that deviate from the normal situation. And what is also interesting is that the system can also use machine learning elements and AI elements to make a prediction of these values in the future. So for the maintenance staff, it means that they can predict what could happen in the near future if some important values change. So the last stage, so we have the produced and delivered equipment. So then you have the servicing stage. The servicing module under IFS is a comprehensive system managing all services that are related to your own equipment servicing, or it's also used for by service organizations that have service level agreements. They take care of halls, equipment, buildings, trams, whatever. So this service module works in a very simple way. So at the beginning, you have a request for service. This is processed in call centers where these requirements are recorded. Then it's sent to the control room where the staff processes the requests and they try to allocate it to the service technicians. You then develop certain plans how the technicians should implement the service tasks. If the service goes to the implementation stage, then the service technicians, of course, uses the mobile equipment and can find all the allocated tasks. He can see the material to be taken from the warehouse, then he logs in the task. Then he comes to the customer confirming that he's on site, then carries out the service, then reports the consumption of material, fuel, whatever, and the time. And as a result, you have all the data in the system for billing. In the service module, we also use advanced planning. And this is the advanced planning, not the advanced planning of production operations, but this is about servicing and optimized routing for the service technicians' journeys, so that the servicing is efficient. So here, IFS can be integrated to GIS, to the map data, so we know where the devices are located, the accurate address and the location. To close, what is an interesting integration in the service management, this is a solution, a third-party solution, which is called remote assistance. The way it works is once you have a service technicians coming on site, and he needs to be helped with something, then he can have a conference call using his mobile device, and the technician who is seated in the office then navigates the service technician through the video chat, telling him what should be fixed, what should be pushed, and so on.
All this communication and video records are then kept in our system and are available also for other technicians, for them to be able to get ready for some service interventions. One simple sentence in the end, which is not artificial intelligence, but what I want to say is a slogan which we use also for our customers, and it is that even complex things can be done simply. It is because of the fact that the system which is here now is the system which is manufactured one by one manufacturer, supplied by one supplier, and covers all the areas which the company needs. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this presentation, and if you have any questions, please ask the speaker to answer them privately, because we have such a stressed agenda that we can't give you time for answering questions here. We will proceed to the next topic, which is again ERP system. The ERP plus superstructure in the AP systems as a strong couple at the time of changes. Michal Hégr from Minerva, the Czech Republic, is going to speak about them, and we will hear the relevant presentation now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I work for Minerva, the Czech Republic Information Systems. Here you can see the basic information about our company. We have worked over 30 years as a system integrator, where the main ERP system which we supply is the information system QAD, which covers standard area of production companies. We have over 150 customers, and the system is designed in such a way so as to cover the segments that you can see here. These are the logos of our customers, which we as our company did. The ERP system of QAD, so the company was set up in 1979. It's been used by over 7,000 manufacturing plants. Here you can see some information, some more information about the company. We use the ERP system, and we connect with it the advanced planning system by Siemens. Using Siemens products, which are developed, you know that Siemens pushes the industry 4.0, so it means digitalization. One of their products is whatever I'm going to show you here today as well. So the planning in the companies is an important process, which, however, is dependent on other departments as well. But this process is crucial for deciding whether you supply in time what the customer requires. As my colleague said, the main thing is to supply the customer with what the customer desires. It's important to have the planning process covered by some tools. We use the combination of different systems of ERP and Siemens APS. We use three types of plans and planning. Number one is the short-term planning, and other people can have the medium-term plan. where you can see the projects, what the customers will desire, at what time, because you have to allocate the capacity for this. We also use strategic plans. By this we cover the basic plans, which is the planning and decision making. The planning answers our questions about what we should produce, where should be producing it, what resources are required, etc. This is what we cover by the standard MRP system, by the QAD company, and the decision-making about how best to produce, how best to get operations together. So it is here. I will show you that what has been said here does not always have to be connected to the ERP systems. It can be also independent. If we take standard planning in the ERP system, so it depends. It is dependent on many other departments. So what do the customers want from us? We need to have well-done structures, optimization parameters, stock or the material in progress, production in progress, and any department supplies bad data into the systems will cause the planning to be non-operational. So if the ERP system plans here, so you'll change to the second most serious, most frequently used information system, which is Excel. Excel is widely connected, and it substitutes the inconsistency of the data. It is always desired to enter the good data into the system in time. If you omit one of these requirements, so it will be a problem. If we look at the difference between the MRP planning and APS planning. So if you receive any sales order for your equipment, the system allocates the capacity as a standard. So this is some setting up time. This is the production capacity, and as we have the ERP system, which is allocated and compiled for a specific machine and equipment. If the same is done in the APS, so it means that you can say how the system should behave. If I have the same here. So I have the requirement. So put it in the following order. First I want green, then blue, then red. So minimize the controlling time. And I have there that it will not be illogical to compile the operation as they are. If the system doesn't have this, so it is the work of the foreman, but it is restricted in some ways as well. So if I plan using these systems, so I cover a certain capacity. The planners don't have an easy life, because if you take a machine and 3 operations, so within 3 operations, there are 6 possibilities. So it is blue, green, red, blue, red, green, etc. At the moment, when you need 5 operations, so there you will have 120 opportunities, and this is pure mathematics. If you use 8 operations, so the possibilities, there are 40,000 possibilities. You can use Excel, as I've mentioned, and the product which we implement on the ERP system. In order for you to be able to call it APS, so in this case, it needs to fulfill some criteria. If you look at the overview of the APS system in the market, so they are quite a few of them, and but not all of them comply with the requirements of the APS systems. If we look at the equipment, and if I want to plan, so the system as a standard will give you an operation, the first operation, because there are some following operations which are subject to the first first operations. Then it is followed by the third operations, and there is a special order of the operations on the equipment. It also looks at the stock and of the material or semi-finished products that you had produced in the past. It also looks at the purchasing orders, and in this way it just gathers individual operations so that you can achieve the result of delivering the right product to the right customer at the right time. At the engineering level, you have a lot of bills of material. Sometimes there is installation, assembly, and this may not include the planning across all the steps. We always try to do it within 1 year. I mean now the planning, any drawbacks in any part. So during the replanning, the system behaves in certain way. This is another functionality. I will put the examples of each customer. You will see what the system should be able to do. It should be used for planning finite capacities. We can use it for cooperation and its purposes. It should be able to plan the secondary purposes. You may be missing something. Most often it is that you lack people, professions, but we also had to deal with the shortage or non-existence of the crane or some tools or anything that can prevent you from doing the work to be done. There are some, the supplier should have experience with the supplies when we spoke about TDK in the morning, so they found the solution as they wanted, and then they were trying to find somebody who would implement it. We had employed a lot of software then, so we won the tender. What can I help you with? Here are some advantages. I believe you know the Corrado company. It is the biggest manufacturer of radiators in Central Europe. It is based in Česká Třebová. It uses our ERP system, and we implemented APS there. Why did they want it? It was this is the list why. They were always used to manufacturing relatively narrow range of products, but the time has changed, and now they are changing into the philosophy of producing what the customer requires, so that they didn't maintain what's some things in the stock. So the range is expanding, and this was one of the reasons they needed to solve the issues which they felt then.
So these are the targets they have had. They wanted to reduce the requirements for the delivery to the customers. They wanted to reduce the administrative load for the planning. They wanted to reduce the work in progress. They wanted to produce in time for the customers rather than keeping it in warehouses. And this is a description of a condition. Perhaps I should say why they took the solution from us, because of course we have been active there for over 15 years, and we are like the system integrators for them. And as a result, they deployed APS from our company. So these are the benefits. So reduction of and copying of data. So they only use spreadsheets, so a more accurate and faster response to the customer's requirements, easy rescheduling, because if we use the operative planning, this is like everyday replanning. So it's not something you do every 5 minutes. You don't want to change the plans for the foreman. But in principle, the rescheduling takes place every day unless there is some collision, unless you have a bottleneck. You can replan it anytime, but as a standard, it's a daily rescheduling. Then it shows you what delays some specific orders. Of course, customer satisfaction in terms of the deliveries, clear interfaces. So if you look at the specific purchase order, it shows you what orders and purchase orders cover this production order. So the supplier can also see our data. So during the implementation, we managed to optimize selected follow-up processes and analysis and so on. So once we introduce APS in a company, before that we make an analysis and we also look at the related processes. Very often there is a problem that in order for the system to plan the manufacturing for a specific day, you need to get the material in stock at least 1 day beforehand or on the same day. And what sometimes happens is that the supply department doesn't change the dates of delivery, and then you get the material on the next day. So we have reports for this when we are dealing with that. So it's what the customers require. So we want to make sure that you don't go to the stock and it's not there. So another example of our customer that uses it is Fermat. It's a Brno-based company. This is where they are also using our APS system. This is where we go to a company and we introduce the APS system. In 90% of cases, you are replacing an old system. So this was a company that 10 years ago had no system in place. At that time, they were expanding a lot, and in fact, they only used Excel spreadsheets. So this was quite a strange situation, but they managed to find their way quite quickly. So when we introduced the system, they found many things in stock they didn't know they had at that time. And what was interesting, that they told me that it was basically the price of the system that they paid, what they had in stock. So as regards the reasons of deploying the system, again, they wanted to streamline the planning process. They wanted to know the accurate deadlines for the work orders and purchase orders. They wanted to get detailed scheduling, increase the discipline, implement and optimize warehousing. They wanted to increase the production of the machinery with the minimum cost increase. So the benefits, well, as I've said, as a standard, the APS system replaces or basically introduces 2 types of plans. It's the workshop planning and then it's the midterm planning. The midterm planning uses standard data from the ERP system, and it can be rolled out quite quickly. So you also get quite quick benefits. So you can see the first outputs in 2 months' time, and it was the midterm plan. If we look at the decision-making, it's about the algorithms for the specific groups of machines, how it should be put together. So it's like a Lego construction kit. When you take all the orders and operations and you need to retro it to avoid all kinds of gaps, so that it just you have follow-up in all the operations. So I just have to be mindful of the time, so I should move on. So today in the morning we had a presentation from the executive director of Baumüller. And this is one of the things that help them in terms of digitalization and streamlining the plan. So you could see that the reasons were to transfer the manual planning into automatic planning using a software, getting data to be processed, and so on. So we have reduced the So you could see the reduction of 25 machining shops, 30%. And another option is to simulate the plans. You can release the capacities, and there is no time. You don't need to deal with the operating matters.
So here are our customers. There is Siemens. This is the reason, because it is Siemens product. So Siemens does not only sell it, but it also produces in their and deploys it in their own companies. And we did it, for example, in Frenstadt, in Brod, and in Brno. In Brno, it was the production of turbines, which is a totally different production. It is almost a project production. So they produce something, they manufacture something. They have 50 manufacturing companies in Liptovský Mikuláš. We implemented this APS solution, which I spoke about. Now the Caterpillar is being completed in Holland. What could be interesting here in terms of it is, for example, in Prešov, the manufacturer of gears. They have a lot of patents, and it is precision production. We measure several parameters there, because if they assemble this and run the gear, and it heats up to a certain temperature, they just have to stop it and adjust it. They never make scrap, or produce scrap, but they always have to find the right parameters, and they need the or Solodor Sušice. It is the production of doors and door frames. And when I go to the company, so you go there in a couple of years, and the production looks totally different. And they had, for example, 30 people. Now they have the machine for 30 million, but they have 3 operators. So they are, instead of 30 people, they are 3 people. And of course, the machine is the robot which they operate. These are our customers. If you are interested in a specific customer, you can ask me. Otherwise, we connect the system with the ERP system by UAD, but it is applicable to any other system. Siemens has it independent, so we connected it to SAP, to Helios, Scala, Epicor, Movex, or other ones. If you have any questions, ask. My presentation, in principle, has finished. So if you want, I will be here. Thank you for the topic. Ideally, please take this opportunity. We are here to share experience. You have heard a lot, so if you want any questions, so please ask the gentleman at the backstage. Now we are going to talk about Baumüller in Brno, which it was part of the discussion panel in digitizing the Act-in company was helping, and because we have Lubomír Sláma and Milan Šamšula, the representative of the company, so we can look at Baumüller Brno into more detail. We can look at how the digitization of the production and maintenance took place. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lubomír Sláva. I am a managing director of the Act-in company. I'm glad to have here Mr. Šamšula from Baumüller. Mr. Šamšula is the head of the mechanical production. Our afternoon presentation should follow up the morning presentation Mr. Zubr from Baumüller had in the morning, which looked at this from the top management point of view. We look at it from the point of view of the supplier as the creator of the solution and Mr. Šamšula as the everyday user of the system. From the point of view of this, I won't be speaking about the specific solution which Mr. Šamšula will be speaking about from Baumüller, but I will say something about the conceptual approach of our company from this digitization. And then we will have the story of implementation and digitizing of Baumüller company. When I talk about the stories, I'm glad that we are at today's conference because our story started here in 2019 when we met with Baumüller here. And we spoke about what our company did, that it had an implementation center here in Brno, that they had some experience, ladies and gentlemen, who have deep knowledge about information systems and about the fact that in addition to being able to implement it in the Czech Republic, that we are also able to implement it in corporations across Europe, and our colleagues go there. And in addition to the implementation in Europe, we are also able to implement the system in the United States, Mexico, China, or Saudi Arabia. So we are a global supplier of production information systems. Most of our customers are in the automotive. They could be subcontractors, suppliers of car parts, or sub-suppliers in the aviation industry or in many areas. What was important for Baumüller company was also that we are able to also deploy the companies, the system into other companies of this parent company. So we have here the machining, there is the foundry industry or other areas which we are active in, such as plastic production, medicine production, which has high demands for the cleanliness, for example, printers or other industries. What's important is that within MES we collect data from different assembly lines, automatic lines, manual or assembly lines, or fully robotized workplaces. MES is integrated with different types of technology in terms of the collection of the data and the final recording of the data and the checking of the technology. Interface is also important for the system. This was confirmed in the Baumüller company when we asked how the operators can work with the interface of the system. So also in our system it is an important part. In addition to the machinery, which most of MES systems deal with, there are also some which deal with the manual assembly workplaces. MES have as a concept is in the middle of this between the PLC and sensory and the business management. This is the area which they are only approaching the digital transformations at the moment. They are accompanied by many forms, papers, and Excel spreadsheets. And here Act-in MES has an integrated solution. In this case, it is a three-tier system. Above that, it is the information system, and the middle part is the MES system. If we look at the illustration of the production process in the engineering company, so the MES system comes after the planning, whether it has a module of production planning or whether it reads information from the ALP system. So we have the production logistics, traceability, the tool administration, the control of assemblies, the packaging, and always it is in connection with the ERP system. We also deal with the directing of the tools, monitoring the service life, the tools, the dies, measuring equipment, instrumentation, material and semi-finished products, traceability and logistics, manipulation, handling equipment, and the connection to the warehouse equipment. Then we have the computers, computer networks, communication modules with machines, some other hardware parts which always are dealt with within the complex approach to digitalization. The result of the digital transformation, there is the opposite of inefficient island solutions, where the MES system brings some integration into the company within the systems, within the parts which the customer has already used. Everything is driven by the central data collection, which is a central motor for the digitization of the production. This was the approach of the supplier about the comprehensive approach, and now I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Shamshula to tell us how they use the system, how they approach the use of the system, and etc. A short introduction of the Baumüller company, who was not here in the morning. Baumüller is the manufacturer of the electric drive, including the powertrains. It was set up in 1930 by the Baumüller company. At the moment, it has about 2,000 employees. In the Czech Republic, 402. Other production places is Germany, Czech Republic, Slovenia, and China. And the global service and support has about 40 branches, and the annual turnover is about 15 million euro. This is where we are located worldwide. We focus on Europe and China. If we look at where we supply, so we are an order-made company. We supply textile industry, printing industry, and other ones.
If you look at digitalization globally, what led us to digitalization? What was the driver? Well, in fact, we wanted to meet the visions of the company. We wanted to increase the production capacities. We wanted to make better use of the existing production capacities. We wanted to ensure the increased productivity of the manpower, and we wanted to get rid of paper form of the production control, production management. So, of course, we need to reduce the downtime. We want to improve the quality standards, planning, and we also wanted to increase the efficiency of maintenance. So the main criteria. So, in fact, we had two of them. We wanted a company that could provide a comprehensive solution. We didn't want to focus primarily on production. We wanted to cover the technologies, quality, maintenance, which was provided by Act-in, and a company that has experience with their implementation in production. We wanted to be able to read data from the system, ERP system, and the planning system pre-actor, which was presented a while ago. And in order to be able to collect data, reports, analysis, because this is the bottom line of digitalization, to be able to get the information from the systems. Another thing was the speed of implementation and support to be provided by the vendor. So the main milestones of the project, so we can start here. So we had a short meeting at the conference in 2019, then presentation in the company, presentation by Act-in. Then we work on the terms of reference, our expectations from Act-in, the price quotation, a reference trip. We went to Black & Decker. I will show you later what we saw there. Pilot project. This is where we used 3 machines, so I will show you exactly what we implemented. Evaluation of the pilot project and implementation of the main project, which is still up and running. So this was the reference trip to Black & Decker in Ústí nad Labem. We were quite impressed. We witnessed the quite variable workplaces, so we could see some molding presses, some tool machining centers, and what was quite important to see was maintenance, because at that time we only used some spreadsheets. It wasn't efficient at all. So this was another milestone and driver why we decided to go for the stage of implementation. So if you look at the pilot project, we basically applied for main application field client. This is a client who is at the workplace, at the screen. Then maintenance, which was a comprehensive solution to the maintenance. Then performance analyzer. And in fact, this is an application where we analyze all the data concerning the workplaces and the machines. And shop floor control, where we deal with the quality instructions and so on. So this is an example of the main screen for the operators, where we are able to see the orders. We can see what is being done, who is logged in. So this is a comprehensive solution where the operator can communicate with us, with the technologies, with the manager, with the maintenance, and so on. Then we have a definition of the reasons for losses. So this is one of the options of the field client. So the way it works is that we have a definition of saying that if the downtime is longer than 10 minutes, then the operators need to give us the reason why it has happened. So I will show you some more details later. Then instructions, which is all controlled documentation, which is all in digital form. We have no files with paper. It's all digital. And the quality department that is in charge of that this is what makes their work a lot easier. And we can always call up the maintenance staff, which is again related to the maintenance project, as I will show you later. So this is just an example when we implemented the pilot project. So if you look at this, the red lines don't really say anything, but this is one, I think it's a morning or a night shift in the company when we implemented the Act-in system. I wanted to be smart about it, so the way I did it was that first I connected it to the system. It was up and running for a month so that we could collect some data before entering the panels when the operators already use the field client. So if you look what happened later, so this is about 3-4 months after the deployment. So the green lines, this is the production, and then at the bottom there are no red charts, and this shows production where there is all the downtime is eliminated. So the pilot project, then I will talk about all the applications in detail. So as part of the pilot project, we had maintenance, which was a communication across the company and maintenance. So we implemented a website interface, so anyone from the company is able to send a requirement, and then it's sent to the active maintenance system, where the head of maintenance can comfortably allocate the tasks to the workers in a mobile application. So each maintenance man has a mobile phone with an application, and if there is a requirement to fix a bulb, then the head of maintenance allocates the task to the worker. So I think that this is quite a good tool, and we were also able to, as I said, detect some downtime. We managed to eliminate someone walking down the corridor. He tells the maintenance, he urges him to do something about it every week, and a month later he doesn't even know he asked for something. So all the requirements are now listed in the system. You can make all kinds of evaluation. You can look at the costs as well, and you can basically monitor the entire task. As regards another feature, maintenance, now currently we can have all data in one spot, which is great. We can have general data about the workplace, about the machine. We can have all kinds of calibrations, the date of acquisition of the machine, all the way down to documentation. So now we can record all the inspection reports, all documentation related to the workplace or the machine, invoices, and so on. So the last thing there is communication with the machine. So the operator has a panel. If there is any issue, he can push 2 buttons and he can call up the maintenance staff. It works very well because we have a definition that the machine is in downtime. So if there is a serious failure and the machine is not available, then it's an instruction for the maintenance man to react. If we look at the main stage, because this was just the implementation of 3 machines plus maintenance, so once we made the evaluation, we decided to implement it for the machining centers, and the efficiency went up by about 15% just by implementing some communication panel, efficient management of the instructions, maintenance, and the downtime. So we decided to roll it out to all the machining room, which is about 30 pieces of machinery. So we use software and maintenance, performance analysis of flow control, field client, and plant view modules. So how it's connected?
We have one central SQL database. It is the brain or memory where we have the Infor connected. Infor is RP, pre-Act is the planning system. Then there is Acting. Then we have Power B where we use the data to visualize this this is a short overview of how what the variety is of our machines. So you can see that we have a great range of machines: Biglia, Haas, HOC, grinders, DMG, Gamma machines. So the connection was not very easy. We have so many control systems. And we also have the manual workplaces connected. So they are not control systems, but it is done by the panels, through the panels. And here you can see the control systems which are able to be connected is numeric by Siemens, Celos, Haas, and of 2 versions. This is just for your idea. These are traditional equipment like DMG, Gamma R, HOC, Toyota, or the grinder. We also have some older machines, radial, drill machine, or the lathe. And depends how the Act-in MES can connect. It is quite amazing. Mr. Zubr mentioned this in the morning. This is tomb impregnation equipment. It is quite a difficult equipment with a lot of data and a lot of elements. How the machine works and operates. We have a lot of data here, and this was caused. This also enabled us to increase the production by 20%. This is the heating furnace with the tests, and we are able to use such equipment. In terms of the application that we use, number one, it is the performance analyzer. This is the application when we read data. It is online. Here we can see all defined things and tasks that we need. If I take it from the top, we see the production orders, what the machine produces at the certain time. Then we see short and long idle time. We have it defined to short and long. If it's like they are about 7 minutes, the difference between them, if it is longer than 7 minutes, we ask employees to justify why it was idle. There are some technology issues, change of the measurement units, etc. Then we are able to read the correction of the revolutions, shifts of the speeds and programs. It is also interesting because we've seen a traditional example of the fact that when there is no foreman, so all corrections went to 20% because in the evening it was necessary to have a rest. So this was eliminated, and we are able to read even more detailed data, and the company Act-in MES is able to give us some custom reports, which is very important, particularly with respect to this tomb impregnation, because we needed a lot of information, and this is different for each machine. Just for your idea, we have the reports. I usually use 2 types. One is for 1 day. We are able to look at the technology, what was there for one shift. Here you can see that it was 10 minutes, like replacement of the parts took a certain time, and the technologies then can do some corrections. Down here, we can see a weekly report where we deal with OEE, which is the speed, availability, and quality, and we are able to work with the data and use them, for example, for savings. The next module is the shop floor control, and we use this application to control quality. We see here that we are able to include all digital forms of different instructions, control documentation, photographs, and drawings. The main task of quality is to inspect, so we have the inspection plans here with regard to the articles or issued parts. It is then transcribed into the screen where the employees fill in the values, and we are able to work with the data. And last not but least, we have a new development where we use digital units for measuring, for confirmation and recording into the database. Another thing which is quite new is that we improved the module in terms of planning for foremen. When the planning takes place, we plan every day and always in the morning if there is a priority or the plan can be modified, so the foreman can go to shop floor to go to the control or inspection, set up the order according to the priorities, and it is immediately transcribed into the digital form and to the panel. The next excellent thing is Andon, which is the field client function, where we are able to communicate across the whole company, where the employee who needs to speak to the team leader will set up a task, which is then connected with email, and we have now the logistics set up, we have the team leader set up, we have the technology and the quality set up. So anything that the employee needs to deal with will call whoever he needs. There are two more types of screens. We use about 3 at the moment. When we have like 3 workplaces, we don't need 3 monitors. We can do it in such a way that they just switch over. We also use the so-called paletovka, where they have a double production running in parallel, and within Act-in it can be downloaded, and we can see the analysis of two projects. We also have autonomous maintenance, and this ensures us the better OEE or the availability of the equipment. One module is for the person to, if they have a problem, so they call the maintenance, they record the detail. The maintenance person already knows what the issue is, and another thing which we use, the autonomous maintenance. At the moment we have the daily cleaning or service of the machine. So there is a history, we can see the recordings, and if the foreman sees that not everything is in order, so he can see whether he can make some other measures. Everything is transcribed into the database. We can see all the tasks here. We can see an extreme quantity of the data from somebody who issued the requirement and who did it and who. We will now proceed to maintenance. We are not using it only for maintaining, but we also have other modules that I'd like to show you. This is the controlling of the whole company using the application. Another thing which we use is the documentation, which can be found in Act-in. It is within the maintenance. They see everything in the mobile phone, so they don't have to bring any files with them. So if we have a check plant within the half-year revision, so we have a list of points the maintenance person has to cover, and we are able to work with it and, for example, whether it should be done in different ways. It is connected with the planning system, and the maintenance person can plan the entire year. And by this, it is possible to control the efficiency of the persons.
Další věc, kterou využíváme v rámci maintenance, tak je určitě dokumentace a vůbec správa majetku.
So this is the documentation and the asset management within maintenance. If we have a failure of the machine, so we are able to record how much it cost. We include the time. We are able to control the costs of the entire entity. And then we have a very good, clear summary of the information about the object, and we see also how expensive the machine is and whether we should replace it or not. The next thing that we use, because we liked the connection, like the maintenance, so we started using it within the jigs. So we have about 5,500 jigs and different measuring devices. We like the planning of the revisions of the jigs and the metrology, so we don't have to control it with the databases, and we use all the possibilities in terms of the information, jigs, documents, etc. I have also here the documentation, some pictures and drawings, etc. The main milestones. The last possibility that we use is the online visualization and reporting. We can see how the machines are currently used, whether they are running or not, what projects they are working on. We also use the Power BI reporting system, which is used to the database. We use the data from it. We have the sets every day. Every day we have the meetings of the top management of the entire production. We have the planning, and we deal with the current issues using the visualization. To summarize it, the entire project has been implemented within the machining shop. We would like to connect more production. There will be another 100 new production workplaces. We plan to digitize quality, all steps, and they will using Act-in, and also the digitization of logistics. It will be also helpful. Thank you, Mr. Shamshula, for this excellent story and presentation, the story of the user who was at the beginning of the story and who is part of the story. And as he said, so hopefully he will be part of the story in the future. And he showed us what data and what functionalities of the systems he is using as the practitioner from the production. And I think this presentation was a nice follow-up of the morning presentation of Mr. Zubr, who looked at it from the point of view of the top management and controlling and managing the company. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. You can see us at our stand. So anything you would like to tell us, we will answer. Good afternoon.
Thank you for your presentation. We see that the topic of digitalization, it's something where we can always come up with some new information throughout the day. And digitalization is also going to be the topic of the next presentation. I mentioned some acronyms, RPS and MES. MES is going to be the subject of the presentation. PHARIS, MES PHARIS, which should be a competitive advantage at the time of crisis. And we are going to talk to Mr. Tomáš Halva, and I'm quite sure he will try to convince you in his presentation. Good afternoon. My name is Tomáš Halva. I would like to introduce PHARIS to you, which is a tool to manage crisis. I don't like the word crisis, so we should talk about crisis as about an opportunity. So let's see how we can face the situation together with PHARIS, what we want to prevent from. So first, something about the company. PHARIS, MES PHARIS. Last year, there were many changes made, and they will be completed on the 1st of March. I've been the managing director of the company starting from the 1st of May 2020, and PHARIS section that develops this MES system for about 15 years is going to be a spin-off of the company, and it will follow its own path with its main product, MES PHARIS. So, of course, there is a number of other changes taking place. Until now, our company has dealt with, has mainly concentrated on large production companies, mainly from automotive segment. And we are well known with our range of portfolios, and we were not a good product for SMEs. Due to the large implementations, due to the price. So now we have completed the product transformation, and it comes in 3 alternatives: Express, Standard, and Ultimate. And now, during this year, we want to take out our integrated planning, production planning, and we are going to have a special PHARIS APS cloud service. When I speak about cloud, the product is also offered as a cloud solution so that it can easily be implemented by SMEs. To make it even more simple, we have several types of ways to get the product to the customers. So it can be leased to be tested, or in form of long-term cooperation in the form of software as a service. We can also offer pilot projects, feasibility studies, and we expand the partnership network, so that we don't even have implementation partners in the neighboring countries, but we also want to have business partners that we want to go with to see the end users and offer PHARIS as a solution in order to optimize production. So I'm quite proud of saying that last year we managed to finalize innovations, things that we have talked about all day. We have digital twins. We also have a surveillance center, which may sound quite boring until you know that what is behind is like machine learning, almost artificial intelligence, evaluation of data coming from the machine, prevention from future problems, and so on. We have a brand new algorithm, so apart the scheduler that are used by our clients, we are now testing production rescheduling with our main customer in Denmark. So we are testing a new APS system of making schedules, production schedules and plans. And we try to keep up with the times, so we focus on software optimization, lean production, optimized processes. So what is MES? So we have heard about that. What is our MES? It's a very robust solution that can address the functionalities, and it can really go in depth, and it's an individual comprehensive solution in the broadest possible form. So you can set up the processes based on the customer's requirements. What kind of segments? Well, all discrete production, not only automotive, pharmaceuticals, plastic production that we specialized in. So generally speaking, all kinds of discrete production, including assembly. So what is it good for? Why do I want it? So I want to optimize the production. I don't want to have papers around the shop floor. I want to save time and efforts. I want to save manpower. I want to have a clear view what's happening on the shop floor. I want to optimize the processes and streamline them. So the advantages of our solution, as I have indicated, we have 3 product variants. We can offer a very simple version that covers the main needs that I have and enables growth with the product. I'm not saying that there are no boundaries, but I can transfer between the variants that I've presented, and I can have a solution that is specific and a solution that brings a number of user scenarios. So if I need some basic connection with the machine, some visualizations on screens, data evaluation, and some basic user scenarios, I can do it. So this is PHARIS Express version, and over time I can start having a more comprehensive solution, and the door is not closed if 2-3 years later my customer asks for just-in-sequence feature. I can just make it operable in PHARIS. So these are the advantages of comprehensibility and flexibility, related services, 15 years of experience, consultants both in the field of MES and production management, specialists on lean production. So the added value is that we can propose systematic solutions to correspond to the needs of the customers, and we can expand the system in time. So this is just shortly, this is a modular solution, so I can choose the setup of the system, what it's made of, what is available, the restrictions. The essential piece of information is that we have dozens of user scenarios. Each version supports some of them, and I can pick and choose which scenarios I'm using and at what time. So the PHARIS implementation doesn't have to be 1 year of work. It may be much shorter. I choose some scenarios. I put it into operation at the level of data collection and evaluation, and then I can add on more and more features. Maybe I don't even know what I'm going to need in 2 years' time. So individual approach consultants, our partnerships. The way it works is that we have continuous contacts with the customers. We discuss current needs with the customers and development. So now I would like to ask my colleague to take over, so we don't only talk about facts, but we would like to give you the stories of our two customers, how they started using PHARIS and how they grew with PHARIS. So let me introduce myself. My name is Michal Uner. I've been working in PHARIS starting from the 1st March for less than a year. Before that, I spent 25 years working in production plants as the head of production manager, where I was responsible for the production itself and for engineering, quality, planning, internal logistics. So as regards MES system, this is something that is close to my heart. I know that I cannot improve what I don't measure. That's what we've heard before. So I need to measure it. I need to have 100% correct measurements, valid measurements. And if I measure all the data, then based on that, I can make a usable analysis. I can take corrective measures, and I can also validate in real time that the measures are working well. So I would like to share with you two examples from our group of satisfied customers. One of them is ATEC. They deal in the field of automotive. Right now they have almost 500 employees. It's mainly a tool shop, logistic centers, press rooms. This is a Czech company during the first crisis in 2009 and 10. They used the opportunity and they won interesting projects as regards the production portfolio and the volume. And they realized that they cannot really use the old method of paper, pen, and spreadsheets, that this is definitely not the way to go. That's why in 2013 we were approached by the representatives of ATEC, and they raised two needs. The first one was paperless, transparent requirements in the field of automotive as regards the retrospective monitoring of trainings and quality. The second requirement was to manage the production in a more efficient and cheaper way, and to have even more satisfied customer with more reliable deliveries and better quality. So in 2013, we started implementing a pilot project, and the customer could test our system, learned how it worked. It turned out that this was what the customer needed, and we continuously expanded this to other workplaces, including additional assembly workshops, EOL testers, packaging lines, retrospective traceability of the orders down to the level of the individual products. So in cooperation, we were able to modify the system and improve the system so that it could also include just-in-sequence functionality, which was essential for winning another tender for Rolls-Royce. And ATEC managed to win this contract, and they are successfully supplying to this automotive. So over 10 years that ATEC has been using our software, they found out that it's too tight, and they want to have another system in place.
2 years ago, it was renewed, and it was the operation was fluently connected. The system was enhanced, but our solution is as universal, as versatile and robust that we did not have to intervene in any way, and we just connected the new system and we keep operating. The customer also found that not only the monitoring of the data and the controlling of the production is not the only thing which it is used for, but it is also used for other solutions for the overall efficiency of the staff in the company, where the efficiency of the machine is measured, as well as the employee groups and their efficiency, their attendance, and the bonuses, monthly bonuses is system is connected with this. So this system is quite foolproof, and it is good to be followed. The second example I'd like to show is the company Cellier and Bellot. We know it as the producer of the ammunition for sports and hunting purposes. This company is subject to some demanding legislative requirements because of the products it produces. And 3 years or 4 years ago, they asked us they addressed us with a requirement for simplifying and simplifying the production because of, from the point of view of 100% traceability, which is required. They wanted us to monitor it and to keep it and document it if need be, so that we don't have to search for any papers, put them together, and pray that everything goes well, so that there is no gap. The second requirement was higher usage of the capacity of current machinery, because the production then already reached its limits when in terms of the capacity, because they had already run non-stop 7 days a week, and in order to the moments of getting some more, they didn't want to invest more into new machinery. They wanted to fully exploit what they already had. We implemented MES PHARIS at 18 workplaces in 2018, and it's not a long time, but within several years, the customer expanded the system to the remaining workplaces. At the moment, it is more than 120, where in addition to other things, they use the maintenance management, and they also use the data in the form of the reports and visualizations for online. at the daily level, the analysis of what has been done in the factory, where the problems are long-term and short-term, and they deal with them. So according to what they say themselves, I can't imagine that they should get back to the time when before the implementation of the system it would be impossible. They really appreciate getting rid of the papers, that they have a good online overview, and they have all necessary information available. They got rid of a lot of administrative work, and they can rely on the data. They can build analysis on them, and the data are credible. Thomas has said here that the work doesn't finish with implementation. We continue with service support, service agreements. We are available on hotline at the on help desk. We help. We are able to expand help and we perceive the needs. We make our customers happy and satisfied, of course. The production management is one thing, traceability or standards for the industry. This is all important, but it wouldn't be sufficient if we didn't use the data when the data are available. If they are available, if we look at the efficiency and the costs, we don't have to remind you of the overview of 8 types of losses. And today I would add another one, which is energy. The system provides you with the data to go with it, and it depends on the user what he or she wants to use. Our company, as I know it and perceive it, has a great added value because in 15 and more years, when we do development and implementation of our own PHARIS system, we can provide our customers with the most suitable solutions how to implement internal processes. Not every customer has an opportunity to visit their competitors or other or different companies to learn and do things in a simpler way. We have this advantage. We have experience from many other customers. We are able to advise not only about implementing MES, but also about setting up the processes, production processes, if they were not optimal before then. This also concerns the continuous improvement processes. In my practice, I was also in charge of lean transformations, continuous improvement, transfers, startups, and I am able to advise not only regarding the data, but also how to set up some records of the time, what types of losses, what kinds of systems they need to have the greatest benefit from it. Thank you for this, and I'd like to pass the floor back. Thank you, Michael. I'll just add to it. In the morning, it was said that Industry 4.0 is a long-term process. We do perceive it this way, and we want to be the partner to the companies throughout the process. You need to start somehow. There are some alternatives, but it makes sense to us to start in a minimum alternative, but we don't limit any range of the functions. We want to be the partner for a long time. We want to come with more solutions. The current solution is very broad and comprehensive, and it's only the question how many needs the customer wants to deal with within the implementation and within the long-term cooperation with our specialists and consultants. I'd like to introduce also our partners program. We were mainly looking at implementation partners. Now we have come with a concept of resellers and business integration partners. We actively search for the companies with whom we have common customers, and we want to offer them a common value so that we only search somebody who wants to digitize and we would like to offer a comprehensive solution. It they don't have to be only the suppliers of the machines. They can be also the consulting companies, anybody who brings an added value to Industry 4.0. So it can be the business consultant, integration and implementation partners. These are the successful implementations. They are mainly the bigger companies, but the selection of the customers for whom we implemented the customer modifications, and from the know-how of which we draw for consultations for feasibility studies that we do to potential customers. By this, I would like to say not goodbye, but I would like to invite you to our stand. I and my colleagues are at your disposal. We can meet and say what we can offer to you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thank you for this presentation. We will proceed to the next point of the program. I'm quite curious about what Siemens, how Siemens does about the digitalization on brownfields and brownfield connectivity. I believe a lot of things can't agree on many things, but of course everybody says that it's much better to use the companies in the green belt, not the brownfields. But Siemens says that they have interesting solutions for the connectivity of the brownfields, and they introduced a new system of the connectivity in connection with the condition monitoring. Jaromír Vrkoč is the one who My name is Jaromír Vrkoč, and in Siemens I am in charge of implementing digitizing solutions, particularly for industrial companies. There are not many of us anymore. Hopefully some people are online, so greetings to them as well. And the topic of this presentation, I'd like to introduce to you the system, which is a new product. It's called Brownfield Connectivity, and it is a comprehensive solution of connecting the shop floor, that is the production machinery, with the upper IT layer. This solution is I'll get back to it. It is a basic cornerstone, and it is usable also for the companies which presented the MES systems and other systems. so they can integrate all this. In terms of information from production machinery, all the data, there is such a pyramid, you may know. The basic cornerstone is the data. This is the data. It is not the information. The information is the second layer. But the data is what we are able to collect from the control systems of the machinery. And this is what we use for acquiring information. The information then serves as a basis of knowledge, and then above that there is wisdom. What is important here? The main cornerstone contains the data, and if you don't have the bottom part valid, so it doesn't really matter how beautiful MES system is, how beautiful diagrams you have, it's good for nothing.
So I'm with the customers all the time. We are dealing with the implementation. And I encounter cases when the customers tell me, yes, we keep collecting the data, but it's quite strange. So there is no trust in the information. It's not well done. The information is not valid, and that's where we should work. And this brownfield connectivity system is something that has been implemented in those companies where they usually have some MES in place or some top tiers for the production management. The advantage of this solution is that it makes sense to implement it even with a single machine. So it's not something that pays off once you have 20 or more machines, so it starts at one. So now we'll be more technical, but I would like to stick to the more general level. So I said that brownfield without reading data from the machine control system, this should be safe. The communication with the machine, if possible, this should be secured, so it should be encrypted. I dare say in 90% of cases this is not happening. What we see, it's not the case. The communication is not encrypted. Unfortunately, I witnessed two cyber attacks on large automotive companies in the Czech Republic, and it paralyzed completely half of the production. And this is something that should not be neglected. We've heard many times we read data and all that, but how do we do this? In 90% of the cases, I can guarantee you that it's not ciphered, it's not encrypted, the machine is open. You have PUT-GET communication, which is allowed, enabled, and someone who doesn't really understand how it works is still able to reprogram the control program of the machine and destroy the technology in a very easy way. Nothing difficult. So Siemens has come up with a brownfield connectivity product, and this takes care of the security of the data and the suitable way of communicating the data. So what we said at the beginning, this is a system which is good for the machining tools. So this diagram on the left side shows the control systems. Siemens, Sidomeric, these are control systems for machining tools. And here what stands out is the feature of the BFC system. So you have the machining tool and you can install a client, which is a small client application, and this small client application communicates via an internal bus bar with all the parts of the control system. So this is not only for Siemens Sinomeric, but Farnuk and other systems are supported, but I will talk about it later. This small client communicates with the NC part, where you have information about what is being produced, so information about the programs, overrides, and you name it. Then it can communicate with the drives. So this gives you information about the current drive load, temperature, position of the axis. So this is basic information for predictive maintenance. And it also communicates with the PLC part. And all the data is aggregated, collected, and then in an encrypted way, NQTT, which is a certified communication. The information is sent to a gateway, which is a Brownfield Connectivity gateway. This is where the data can be pre-processed. I will talk about it later. And then the data goes to all kinds of systems, to a database, local. We also support all kinds of databases, or it can also go to some cloud services. And of course, buffering is addressed. So once there is disconnection between the communication between the machine and the gateway, the data is buffered in the machine, and once the communication restored, all the data is sent to the system, to the database, so you don't lose the information. So we have some terminology, gateway, client, driver, but I don't think we need to talk about this. To make it reliable on the side of the machine, so that the data is buffered. If you lose communication, it's very important that the gateway or the center points through which all the data flows from the production machinery and also from some instruments, Centron, measuring instrumentation for energy monitoring. You have to make sure that the gateway is also reliable. So here we support something that you may know from other systems, the HR mode. So this is where the server part runs in parallel, and it can run 3-4 times. So once the main part fails, it gets reconnected to the redundant part, to the redundant cluster. And there is basically no downtime, no outage at all. So this slide shows a comprehensive view of what the Brownfield Connectivity system can communicate with. So this is the southbound, this is the shop floor screen, and where it goes to. So that's the northbound. So you see, I will talk about the details later on the next slide, but In fact, this comes from Siemens family. So here we have Sinumerix 840D power line solutions, 8 to 8D Sinumeric 1. These are new control systems for the machining tools. Now, if you buy a new machine, it will always be fitted with Sinumeric 1. But this is a way to the future. You don't have to be afraid. So they are newly supported. We have large frequency converters of all kinds of series, including GE120. We also support control systems of the third parties, which is FANUC systems, Heidenhain control systems, Beckhoff, Allen Bradley. So where can you store it? So the outputs, so these are basically database systems, Microsoft SQL, MySQL, all kinds of cloud services, InfluxDB, OPCUR outputs. So if you look at the details of the bottom part, so the BFC system, as I've said, Sinumeric, we have Heidenhain, FANUC, MT Connect, Modbus TCP devices. So these are quite often measuring instruments, compressed air meters, power consumption meters and things like that. Beckhoff, Omron. So these are the most interesting ones. So really the portfolio is large. Furthermore, we talk about the data extraction. So this is also about the data recording. So the system is able to carry out the registry in the control system in a safe way, and this feature can then be used in some MES applications where you tell the machine you are going to produce this, so choose this procedure, or you are not going to produce now because you've produced 5 defective pieces in a row. So this is just to give an example how this feature can be used. Furthermore, which is like an addition to this, which is comes automatically with the BFC system. You just need some additional setup. You have a central production program administration. So there are only 2 systems in place that can get directly to the NC active memory of the control system, and this is BFC system, and then the software solution Sinumeric Integrate. I will show you later. But again, the production program administration, the communication is completely encrypted. So once you deal with the integration in large corporations where IT is really making sure, and they keep asking about the communication, whether it's encrypted or not. They don't want to permit you to do that. From the point of view of IT, there is no problem when you implement this BFC solution. So this was the bottom part, and now we will talk about where to send the data, what the system supports. So all kinds of cloud services that we provide, like our Amazon applications. So it's just a general cloud connector. And then, of course, if you have an on-premise solution, you have export to MySQL standard Microsoft SQL server, InfluxDB, you can use Kafka, OPCUA, MQTT, and WebDAV, and REST API, which is also usable for further integrations. So as regards the rollout, this is quite simple. So you have a web interface, and in the first step you define the machine. So this is the source of data, client's data. So this is where you map out the machine, how you want to communicate. So you choose one of the protocols and you define the data you want to read or you want to enter. Then I can work on the logics with the data. So this is like the medium tier, and then it's in JavaScript. So let's say that I will give you an example. You have some simple operating condition of the machine. So let's say that the production is the machine is in production. So this means that it doesn't mean that the information is included in the machine, but it is based on, let's say, 15, 20 conditions that need to be met. Only then I can say that the machine is really producing, and this is how I can enter the logics.
In this middle layer, middle tier. And so this is the gateway, this is the output, and here I can set up where I want the data to be sent. The most frequent implementation that we deal with is that the data is saved, as all data is saved, are saved locally into the local standard database server. And then part of the data are saved in some data services. I can look at BFC, whether the data comes from the machine. This is the view of the live data. And this is how the report looks of the production programs, where on your right-hand side you can see the workpiece of the directories for the workpieces, and the same is the production operator has it with him or her, and this is with the certificate, SSL certificate. So the work is very easy with this. Now we spoke a long time about about brownfield connectivity, where you can, if you look at the standard 4-layer model of the data, so down here there is a shop floor, here are some machines, and with the machines the brownfield connectivity communicates, so the data go up to the level of the application servers. And here, if you don't have any solution above that, so Siemens offers a possibility to use the condition monitoring system, which then is the nice pictures and all the things the person is working with. So we have the condition monitoring server, which works with the data, or you can use and send this data into the MES systems. And up here there is what the user sees and uses, and what we have seen here for the whole day. But the path is more complex, and there is a great emphasis on securing this. And this is how the final monitoring, condition monitoring looks. So this is the layout of the machine, the current fulfillment of the operational plan. These are the operational conditions, the analysis of the production for a certain period of time, the analysis of the production and of the scrap, the operational conditions in time and alarms. the alarm analysis, including the ranking of the most frequent ones and the ones with the longest duration. Here there are some aids, so all these are the data from BFC which we receive. It is only a form of visualization and processing and the prioritization of the alarms. The information about the machining tools, including corrections, including the length, average, and their changes. This is also very important in terms of the tooling machines, turning machines, because if we have the correction, so the correction is 99% are set up manually, and this strongly affects the machine. This is the information from the drives. This is, for example, the load, the speed, temperature of the motor, etc. These data, we don't see much here, only that they correlate, but these data are necessary for further modules of predictive maintenance if you intend to have those, so they are very important. Siemens offers modules of predictive maintenance which work with this data, and the system then has an output which is the information to you that with a certain machine, with a certain axis, you have the remaining time of 3 weeks to solve the problem, and if you don't do it, the machine will stop. This is an example of some references. We are active in different automotive. This is Škoda, Hyundai, Continental, Doosan, Siemens, other plants of ours and other ones. The return in general is, we have done this for 7 years. This system is new, but in general, in terms of digitalization, I have been doing it 7 years, and the return on investment, because the customers have to calculate it, so it is the return of investment is from 4 months to a year and a half, depending on the scope of the implementation. So it is 4 to 18 months. That's all. If you wanted more information, we can talk about it. You have the data here. The email address jaromir.vrkoc@siemens.com. So you can contact me if you look at the Brownfield Connectivity. So you have also the website www.siemensanalyze.com. And so I recommend this, and that's all from me. Thank you. Thank you for this information about digitizing. We have proceeded to the last point of our agenda in this section, and we speak about digitalization, about the connectivity, and we definitely need fast internet. The 5G networks and their use for industry is the next topic of the presentation. So I would like to ask Ondřej Obrecht from NTT Czech Republic to take the floor. So 5G networks and their use for in the industry from Ondřej Obrecht from NTT, the Czech Republic. I recently received a press release whether that there is time for 6G networks. So maybe there is time to. Good afternoon. Welcome to the presentation where I will introduce basic information regarding private 5G networks, why they are used in industry, in what way they work, and what this network is. First of all, I'd like to introduce the NTT company. It is one of the biggest telecommunication operators worldwide. It owns a major part of the ocean optical networks, and it operates and 40% of the worldwide internet goes through NTT's network. It is an operator. It is a tier 1 operator, which means that most operators buy from NTT the interconnections for different other networks. I am an employee of the Czech branch. We are the network provider, and we also offer all the services of NTT. What is 5G private network and what they can bring to us? So these are the 5th generation networks, and private, it means that there is an operator of this network or the company which uses this. So the private 5G network in the Czech Republic can be run over your own site or on your own land if you buy licensed frequencies. So it will be granted to you by CTU, and there are no legal disturbers, so the network should have the same availability, almost similar to the fixed connection. The network gives you a lot of advantages, such as low latency, which means that if you have autonomous systems, different conveyors, for example, which don't have the control system, but the control center is in the data center on the premises. So this machine has a lot of optical sensors, the radar, not to crash into anything, and these data are sent to the control center, and then they receive commands as to where the machine should be moving to. This is there is a slight delay of the signal, so that the transport is fluent, and the 5G networks have the low latency. They can penetrate the whole premises without wires, and the band should not be disturbed. For this case, it is to 99%, it is the best solution, and in 99% of the cases, it is implemented mainly for autonomous systems, mainly in the production, because the private 5G network you can imagine as a quality connection which you can access from each square meter of your hall or your site. Anywhere, if you build the network well, so everywhere there is the same quality of the connection, low latency and high speed. So this is one of the key reasons why in the production, logistics, and coverage of the site, the private 5G network is an ideal solution. I have a slide regarding the frequencies used. I believe you have heard that the television was used to be at the lowest level, 700 megahertz, where 5G private networks are implemented. This is the brand for mobile operators for public 5G networks. The band for private and public 5G network is between 3.5 to 4.9 gigahertz, where you can have some blocks of frequencies. In the Czech Republic, it is usually 3,400 to 4,800 megahertz, and this is the block where you can build your private 5G network. I'm often asked if I have the private 5G network, will it switch off the mobile networks over my site? So the answer is no. You can have all these networks can be present at the same time, and the 5G private network has no effect on the private O2 or T-Mobile networks, because they work on different frequencies, and they are supported by this.
So this is the band which is most frequently used, and this is where you can generate speeds about 1.5 up to 2 giga per second per cell, so which is multiple times higher than previously accessible. What is also getting prepared is 26 up to 35 gigahertz band. Here we say 28 gigahertz because it keeps changing, and the telecommunication authorities in the individual countries do not really know which band will be released for that. So these are high-speed transfers. So here you can get to 20 gigabytes. The coverage of a single cell is about 400 square meters. And of course, this band is like a radio connection. So this is like data connection with clear visibility. So the use is when you need really high data transfer speeds. So this is also accessible, but it's 400 meters per meter. So if you cover any space, then you don't need to deal with the infrastructure. You have quality connection, which equals basically the landline in terms of quality. So why a private 5G network? What is their added value right now? So I've mentioned some of it. So I hope that it's really about the high-speed transfers, then the latency, which is mainly important for autonomous systems, which have control systems elsewhere. And I forgot to know that the control system in the data center for autonomous conveyors is here, because if the conveyor should have a server included or any computational machine inside, it's quite difficult to cool it and supply it with energy. So the service life would be 6 hours, and quite a lot of time would be spent charging the conveyor. So then it's the density of connection. So you can have about 1,000 times higher number of all kinds of sensors and other network clients who do not really cover the entire spectrum, but all these sensors that report data from the building or any other object. So you can connect this. Then, of course, you have more precise geolocation, so you can be more precise in seeing the position of the clients in the network. Of course, radio efficiency. Well, you have to believe me that it's there, because it would take one-day workshop to describe this in detail. And of course, the cell throughput, meaning that the throughput per cell. So this is just shortly how 5G differs from LTE. So 5G compared to 4G, they have a service-based architecture, more focusing on services. 4G are monolithic systems, so you have one packet code with its features. You cannot change anything, and basically everything has to be adjusted to the 4G network. With 5G network, you can have parts in the core where you have all kinds of computational mechanisms and things like that, and these deal with the specific tasks and things you need to address compute through the network, and they can work independently of each other. So in fact, the spectrum can be divided into slices, which are specific segments, and they can also be above the radio spectrum. Of course, as regards the spectrum, there has been a major development in the Czech Republic for the private 5G network. We have a clearly defined spectrum defined by the authorities, and for the first time in the history, you can build up your own 5G network. So data throughput, of course, as regards the public network, it's also the distance coverage. Then definitely what is interesting is the modulation and what we call a multiple input, multiple output, which means that if you want to save energy and you have networks at various frequencies, then the equipment, your mobile phone or whatever, will transmit to the network at a lower frequency, which has lower energy demands, and receive at a higher frequency. So this can somehow save the battery life and ensure better throughput. And then, of course, a much higher number of channels. So we, as NTT, we have our own manufacturer, so we also manufacture the technology for the private 5G networks. As part of the implementation, we can also supply 5G technologies from other manufacturers, so our technologies, Cisco, Nokia technologies, then of course radio part by AirSpan. We also have Microsoft in our portfolio. Some of our installations may be the most important ones, the Bonn airport, and now we are building an application in Frankfurt. In automotive, we also have some customers, so we do have a number of experience, and our delivery compared to mobile providers differs, because we submit the project not by just giving the customer the 5G network and do whatever and operate it however you like, but we can program the individual use cases of the 5G network. So if you take a decision and you want to have the 5G network for autonomous vehicles and you supply the it's only handed over once it's up and running. The same applies to the production line. For example, in the US, we built a production control for Schneider Electric. So you have a 5G network which controls the production line. As part of this technology, as we are a global telecommunication operator, if you have more sites and you want to cover them all with 5G network across the world, or across the Czech Republic, and cover it all, the network will behave as one. Of course, it will be interlinked, and if you need, for example, logistic company to follow containers outside your private network, then we can also supply our SIM cards that have roaming in all countries of the world, and they have two phone numbers through SSCA, and the phone number, one is for the private network and the second number is for the public network. So still you can have the device connected at all times, although even if you cross the border. So here, this is just to show that the technology is quite simple. There is nothing complicated. So this is the packet core, which is the center packet core, then communicates with the system which is next to this, which is the radio network controller, baseband unit. Next to it, you have two radios, and then the antennas. Here we have the indoor access points, so it's similar to Wi-Fi AP, but this is just for 5G network. So if you are interested, of course, I'm available to describe the details. So this is the block connection, how easy it is to integrate it in the customer network. So here on the left, you see the radio network, including the individual client segments, then the packet core, then we have the customer network, one router, and the location register, and the network control in a cloud solution. But as regards our solution, customer client data never leaves the client infrastructure, and the customer has all the network under its control, which is a major difference compared to the private 5G solutions offered by the operators, because they just get you one slice in their packet core, and you don't really know what's happening, and you cannot really control the network, because in fact it's still a public network, but you just take out a segment from the public network. So it's like a semi-private 5G. This is a full-fledged private 5G technology. So this is how easy it is to connect. So this is where you have the switch, some customer core, and here you can see the packet core, how it's connected to the baseband unit. So over the packet core, the edge compute means that you have the control system. It can be server, all kinds of installations. So this is something that then controls the autonomous vehicles, because you need low latency. So these systems can be connected to the packet core. So this makes you reduce the latency. Then you should use the data center switch, because it usually has very low latency as well. So this is just an example of slicing. So you have the individual network segments, and you can get your VAN, and it's over the radio part as well. As regards 5G, the difference is that you can use segments and use individual channels as segments, and get VAN select connection, or do it logically using VAN. So this is the deployment. If you are interested in a proof concept, here you can see that you don't even have to drill. You don't have to install anything on the roof. You just put a column on, you add the antennas, and you get optical cables. And then what you get immediately is the radio on. And it goes to the two antennas, so the radios do not have to be external. We also have indoor installations, and here what you see behind me is what the core looks like. So this is packet core, which can either be a standalone system, or you can have 3 appliance clusters. And we are able to cover the whole premises. On top of that, our technology, our entity private 5G technology, supports handover between Wi-Fi 6 and 5G networks. So if you have your own Wi-Fi 6, then you can connect handover. So the system fits in this box, all the equipment. You can deploy it quite easily, can remove it quite easily. So this is the case of the proof of concept. Usually the project takes place in such a way that the client tells us what his idea is, what he wants to address through the 5G network. First we do the proof concept, so we come to the customer and we integrate our network. The 5G network is deployed, and we can demonstrate the 5G network works in line with the security policy of the client. We can prove that the private 5G network meets all the security policies and requirements, that it's easy to integrate, that the deployment is not complex. And then we can demonstrate, using the basic deployment, all the facilities, all the features that are out there. And straight on, we can also deal with the final project the requirements, how to address it, what we need to apply, what needs to be programmed. And then the proof of concept, if it's successful and if we can agree, then it's transferred to the integration itself. So we built up the 5G private network. We help the client get him the license for the relevant bandwidths, frequencies, and then we hand over the entire project once all the user cases work. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions. Thank you for your presentation. I think that the audience is tired to ask questions. So all I can say, if you have any questions, please contact Mr. Albrecht directly. So thank you once again for your presentation. All that is left is to thank you for your attention that you paid to today's conference and to the digitalization section and the conference Industry 4.0. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to express my thanks to you for finding time and way to be with us today, either here in the hall or online streams or records. I believe that the conference has been inspiring, and I hope that next year we will hopefully meet again. So once again, thank you very much. That's it for today. You can definitely stay for some networking events and exchange of experience, but this part is over. Thank you once again.